Welcome to the GCI Conference Center. Please enter. Thank you. Please stand by. If you are the chairperson, press the star key now. Your conference will begin when the chairperson arrives. Please wait. The chairperson has not yet arrived. Please try your call again later. Welcome to the GCI Conference Center. Please. Thank you. Please stand by. If you are the chairperson, press the star key now. Your conference will begin when the chairperson arrives. Please wait. chairperson has not yet arrived, please try your call again later. Welcome to the GCI Conference Center. Please enter your access code followed by the pound sign. Thank you. Please stand by. If you are the chairperson, press the star key now. Your conference will begin when the chairperson arrives. Please wait. You will now be placed into conference. There are 15 participants in the conference.
Moving on, board consideration, JWS Enterprises, James Strasburg in Ketchikan. Are you out there? JWS in Ketchikan.
I'm here.
Okay, first rate. All right, very good. So, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a standard cultivation facility license in Ketchikan, held by James W. Strasburg. Began operating on January 19th, 2017. It was originally approved for 2997 Gravina Island. During the 2018 renewal period, Mr. Strasburg provided paperwork from the Ketchikan Borough indicating that the premises address had been changed by the borough to 3000 West Tongass Narrows. With each renewal period, the licensee is required to submit proof of possession of the premises in order for the board to know that the licensee continues to have sole right to possession of the premises, and that's at AAC 306-035B2. When a licensee submits a lease or a deed that only provides a legal description of the property, staff requires additional documentation that ties that legal description to the address of the license. For the 2019 renewal, Mr. Strasburg submitted a deed and a tax document connecting the legal description that's on the deed to the old address, 2997 Gravina Island, instead of the new address. His renewal documents were submitted in mid-June. The incomplete letter was sent July 1st, requiring the submittal of the documents, of some documents tying the deed to the current address. Strasburg was given 7 days to submit the necessary information. He did not do so. I understand he was on vacation, but the issue here is essentially consistency, treating all applicants and licensees the same. Because he did not submit the necessary required information by deadline, a $1,000 fee was assessed under AAC 306-100.
$1,000. Okay. So, Mr. Strasburg, and folks, if you're online, please mute your telephones. If you're on speaker, check and make sure it's muted. We are just here to hear from James Strasburg. So, Mr. Strasburg,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think I pretty much outlined it in the appeal that I sent to the board. In the 2 previous years that I filed for my license, my initial application and the renewal subsequently, why the address was 2997 South Gravina Island. I also submitted a GPS coordination, and I submitted my deed the first 2 times as proof of ownership, which has the legal description on the deed. Until recently, we didn't have any street addresses where I live. I'm on an island. Now, in July of 2018, the borough changed the license, changed the addresses in my area. At that time, I was involved in a possible license transfer on a sale that fell through. But during that process, we submitted to the Marijuana Control Office a document that was provided to me by the borough from the planning commission over there.
Mr. Strasburg, just 1 second. Folks, we hear some men talking in the background. You want to make sure your phones are on mute, please. Especially if you're on speakerphone. We hear a conversation going in the background there, and we don't want to hear that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Strasburg.
So anyway, I submitted that document from the Borough Planning Commission that described the changes in the address, along with an overhead photo that showed the different buildings and the different addresses. That was in July 2018. So that document that I supplied on the header has the old address, the new address, the legal description that's on the deed, and it goes on to say that a new address had been, permitted by the borough, or imposed by the borough is what it was. It was imposed by the borough, and that ties it all together right there with the legal description that I provided with the deed. Now, in the 2 previous years, I never had an issue. I supplied the deed, and I supplied the previous year's property tax receipt. I can't use the current year's because it doesn't come out until July. So consequently, by the time that the deadline is there to, file for the license, why I haven't got the next year's property tax statement yet. So anyway, I feel that it was all there. I think that the confusion was at the Marijuana Control Office. One of the first email that they sent me, they told me that the documents that I had provided were from the Kenai Borough. And so I think there's a chain of emails there that you can follow. So I went back to them and tried to explain to them, this is from the Ketchikan, and that I supplied this documentation before and it was adequate, so on and so forth. I got hit kind of late in the process with, with their email telling me that my application was incomplete, and they gave me 7 days on the first day of July. We had, we sent emails back and forth, and I tried to resolve it. I was out of state, went to have some medical procedures, and then was taking a little vacation. I'm not even operating my farm. So anyway, it went back and forth, and I felt like I'd provided them with everything that I could from where I was. So on July 1st, of course, the deadline came up, and they gave me 7 days to provide more information. Well, July 1st is like a Monday, as I recall. I don't have that right in front of me, and then the 4th of July and the weekend. So their 7 days that they gave me turned out to really only be about 2. And there wasn't much that I could do with those 2 days anyway. So I'm going to shorten this up a little bit. I got back to Ketchikan, and I went to my files, and I got exactly the same file out that I used for the change of address. And you know, I could see that all of that had gone through fine, because when I print a cover sheet to send them information, well, it prints out to 3,000 West Tongass Narrows, the new address. Now, the borough hadn't even caught up with those addresses, and I don't know that I don't believe that address is even on my present tax statement. Had something to do with the borough and electric meters, just the way that they do things there. So anyway, I felt, and I still feel, I stand by my statement that they had everything necessary to renew my license when I filed my renewal, and that there was some confusion on their part, and that is the reason that I ended up having to pay $1,000 fine. I think 7 days, I'm going to add to this. I think 7 days is unrealistic to ask somebody to produce information. It wasn't like I was trying to evade them or had any nefarious thoughts in mind. I was trying to get this thing resolved, and right in the middle of it, so it would seem, they slapped me with $1,000 fine. And I just don't. I think that's unjust. I don't think that's fair. Number one, but I believe that my application was complete. Another piece of that is that the notice that the office, the Marijuana Control Office, sends out at renewal time says that a deed, that a deed is acceptable. And that, in fact, there's 4 documents there that are listed, and one of them's a deed. So, this is, I don't understand, where they're coming from, and I feel like if they would have researched their own files just a little bit, they would have found that it is all tied together. It kind of seems to me like I ended up in an administrative speed trap here, and it's going to cost me $1,000. And I don't think it's right. I think that I did everything that I could to comply, and that maybe they should have worked with me a little more, done a little more research on their end, especially considering that I couldn't get right down to a borough office. But I'm going to just wrap this up by saying I never showed them any more paperwork than what I had before. They had it all in the file. It was all there, and that when they said my application was incomplete, they were just plain wrong.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Strasburg. Any questions from any board members? Mr. Schulte.
Yeah, one question, perhaps I'll direct this to Ms. McConnell. Was his application complete in every other respect? Application for renewal.
Sure. If you look on page 2 of the tab, you can see the incomplete letter that was sent, which essentially the required documentation that links the physical address of the premises to the legal description, and then just a note that his residency could not be verified. So that was really more of a, people don't submit something about residency. We evaluate residency against the permanent fund records, so that was more of an alert. So I guess I would say that it was as complete as he could make it, except for that one issue.
Well, if I could speak to...
Hold on, Mr. Strasburg, hold on a minute. The residency is not in question anymore.
It is not in question. It's not an issue in this matter, but I was just referencing what was on the incomplete letter.
All right. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions from any of the board for Mr. Strasburg or for the director?
One. Has his license then been renewed? So the only thing at issue, my understanding, is the late fee.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we waive the $1,000 late fee.
I move to waive the $1,000 late fee. Is there a second?
I'll second.
By Mr. Miller. Rest your motion.
I feel like it seems apparent that the licensee has done everything reasonably that could reasonably be expected of him. the licensed premises did not move. It's just that the borough decided to redefine the street address, and in many contexts, the street address is secondary to the legal address, the legal description of the property anyway. So I appreciate the efforts of staff to be consistent and to follow the regulations. In this case, though, it just appears to me that he got caught in what he referred to as a speed trap, and I just don't think it's right to be, these folks have an awful lot of money invested in their licenses and their premises. I just think hitting them with $1,000 over this is just unreasonable.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Simon.
Exhibit B shows that it was actually issued back in 2005. It's dated 2018, but I believe that's the day that Jonathan Lapkin signed it. But the address was changed back in 2005, my understanding. There's no excuse for I still have producing the wrong information when he's asked.
Well, this address deleted was 2997. Signed address is, that's for a zoning purpose. 3 address. Okay, so, Mr. Strasburg, your facility is 3002, correct?
Yeah, what the situation is, it confuses even me. Originally, when they gave us street addresses, and I'm going to say that was 15 years ago, I had 3 buildings there that I built, and all 3 of them had the same address, 2997 South Ravenna. I had light meters on 2 of those buildings. When I went to the borough to get a light meter for the 3rd building, they informed me that there was a new regulation and that every light meter had to have its own address. This is government at work. So, at that point in time, they reassigned one address to each of the buildings on my one single property. And so the building that's being used besides the greenhouse that doesn't have an address, but the grow building that's being used is 3000 West Tongass Narrows. My home now is 2998 West Tongass Narrows, and my warehouse is 3002. That was why I included that overhead photograph that you should be seeing that came from the borough that points out the 3 different buildings, the old addresses, and new addresses.
Okay, somebody got a calendar and tell us what day the 1st of July was? 1st was a Monday. Okay. And were you in Ketchikan on the 1st of July?
No, sir, I wasn't. I left Ketchikan shortly after I left Ketchikan at the end of June.
Okay. All right. Is there any further debate on the motion? Not hearing any. We'll do roll call. Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte. Yes. Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Jaime.
No.
And I'm going to vote, I'll vote no on this one. So it passes. You're waived from the fee, late fee.
Well, thank you to the board members that voted yes.
Yep. Okay. We're moving on to Studio 420.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An application for a retail store proposed located at 4608 Nard Road in Anchorage. The board first looked at this application, or it came before the board in May at the May meeting, but was tabled because the applicants were not present. The board requested that the applicants come to the next meeting in person. Mr. Spicola and Ms. Pinoy did attend the July meeting in Fairbanks. The board did not make a motion on the application at that meeting, which denied the application. The applicant submitted a request for an informal conference with me, and at that informal conference, accompanied by subsequent research, I learned that the information that I had provided to the board was not fully accurate, or I would say no fault of mine. But I have attempted to provide some correct information, and the applicants have also provided some correct information. At the time the application originally came to the board, 420 Enterprises LLC company, which is the applicant, was owned, I believe it was 50% by Ms. Pinoy and 50% by Mr. Spicola, but they did change ownership of that entity, which is now owned 95% by Ms. Pinoy and 5% by Mr. Spicola. I informed the board about charges that had been filed against Mr. Spicola in 2001 and what he pled guilty to and what he was convicted of. I would note that his conviction was more than 5 years ago, so he was not automatically disqualified under AS 1738-200 or 3 AAC 306-010. However, there were some concerns relating to his convictions. The information that I was able to take off of court view showed that Mr. Spicola owed the state almost $120,000. However, I have since learned that when payments are made to entities other than the court system relating to requirements of the conviction, those payments are not logged in court view. So then court view doesn't show that they have made required payments, and thus court view, it cannot be assumed that what is in court view is accurate. I really haven't spent the time to try to run down exactly what amount of money Mr. Spicola was required to pay as a result of his conviction. He has provided you with some information. I can confirm that he has paid over $33,000 to the Department of Law, which was distributed to the nonprofit that he was accused of defrauding as restitution. He has provided documents from the court stating that he has fully satisfied the restitution judgment awarded. There were non-restitution judgments. Those are collected by Shared Services in the Department of Administration. Shared Services reports that certain surcharges were paid in full, but that there was a current balance for the police training surcharge. Since then, I have received credible information that the police training surcharge has been paid in full. So there's a lot of information provided by the applicant, and I'm pretty sure they're on the phone. I've had a lot of communication with them. The board had specifically requested them to come in person in Fairbanks. They did that. I did not indicate to them that they were expected to appear in person.
All right. Get a chance to look through the correspondence from Mr. Spicola. Is the application that did not receive a motion. Have a motion. We got the line open. Was Mr. Spicola out there or Miss?
Yeah, we're both here.
All right. Okay. All right. Is there a motion on application license 19624?
To approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by...
Second for discussion.
For discussion. All right. With delegation. Yes, with delegation. Okay. Schulte?
Well, it appears to me that he's met the requirements of the application process and that he's not subject to some limitations defined in our regulations. So, as far as I can tell, he's a suitable candidate for a license.
Okay. Any discussion or? let's go ahead and hear from the applicants. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us what you want to do.
Hi, my name is Abe Spacola from Studio 428K.
And I'm over here. My name is Tammy Fenoy. Yep.
Basically, we try to offer as much information to give you guys to come to a conclusion on this. In the meantime, I had been in communication with Brandy from the courthouse from finance accounting. She's the manager there. She emailed Erica, I believe it was last Friday or actually Monday of this week, and she actually explained to Erica exactly the mistake that was made in Courtview with the amount of $120,000. She emailed Erica and basically told Erica that basically the whole $120,000 was a mistake on their end. When it got transferred from the AG's office because the AG stopped doing collections, it was transferred to the courthouse for collections, and at that time, an error was made in the restitution amount that equaled $120,000. The original restitution was, I believe, $37,000, and it was paid down to $33,000, which was, I completely paid every single, penny of it, and also paid $5,000 to the unemployment labor workforce at the same time. So that was also satisfied. Erica had made me had made it known that there was a police surcharge of $200 that was out there. Actually, and actually talking to Brandy, they made me aware that it was actually $800, and that had also been, I had to make a $119 payment on Friday of last week, and that was completely satisfied and paid in full too. I supplied all the information to Erica, and also had Brandy email Erica about the wrong restitution amount that was input in Courtview. So Erica is fully aware of the mistake that was made, and I don't know why she's not telling you about that. It's kind of confusing to me because Brandy had made it clear that she was going to for sure tell Erica exactly how it got entered in Courtview and how it was wrong. And then Brandy emailed me back saying, actually called me back saying that she knew Erica got the email because Erica had emailed her back. So I know Erica got that information.
Okay, Mr. Spacola.
Yeah.
We are looking at your application, and I asked you to tell us what you got in mind there. We don't.
Oh, okay.
Currently see any. I think that the memo and the correspondence we have in the package is pretty explanatory. We're not talking about any court view issues or anything. So tell us what your plans are.
Okay, well, basically, we're trying to open up a marijuana retail store in Spenardon, Wisconsin, in the Tesoro Strip Mall. We'll be located next to the Subway and Today's Pizza, and we're planning on going with like a art-themed marijuana retail place. The community is fully on board with us being in the area because as of right now, the place is vacant, and people are basically hanging out in front of it, causing problems. So they're welcoming us into the place to, help with security, to, just kind of to upkeep the building and make improvements on the building and the landscaping. We've been to two different community councils. We went to the Turnagain Community Council and the Spenard Community Council. They're both on board. We didn't have to go to the Turnagain Community Council, but they, wanted us to go since we were on the edge of their property lines. We went there, and they're fully on board with us being there. We've had welcoming responses from everyone involved in the industry and outside of the industry. Everyone's been helpful with us trying to, get the shop open. We understand the board's concerns, with the information they were supplied from Erica, and we totally see how, if you look in Courtview, how that could have been a mistake. We were just trying to correct it and give you guys all the information necessary to, hopefully, approve us and get us onto the next step of getting the store open. We've invested a lot of money and time into it already with surveys and architects and mechanical engineers, and we meet every requirement. And so now we're just kind of waiting on the board's approval, hopefully, to go to the next step.
Okay. On your A couple of things. You talk about being a art-themed establishment, but in the first answer on your operating plan, it says no leisure visits will be permitted. So I'm just wondering how you reconcile those. And I've also got a question on your floor plan. There doesn't seem to be a spot indicated where somebody would be checking ID. You basically walk in and there's the sales counter right next to them. So I'm just wondering about access control there. This door opens out onto the right onto the sidewalk, right?
Correct. Yeah. And basically, what we'd have is we would have someone standing at the door. It wouldn't be a podium or anything. They would just be a greeter. And they would the customer would walk in, and the greeter would greet them, check ID, and we will have a dual check ID process. Not only will the greeter check ID, but attenders will be responsible for checking ID as well. As far as the art theme, then no people allowed to loiter or anything like that. Basically, our theme of art is basically we're going to have local artists basically interpret their idea of marijuana and have big canvas paintings on the wall and merchandise in the future, so they could walk the inside of the perimeter of the inside of the store, look at the art, look at merchandise, and then if they want to buy marijuana, and then exit and be on their way. We do not plan on having people just loitering around or the art will be on the wall for sale, and as well as merchandise, on the sales floor. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. Let's look to the
okay.
board if they have any questions for you. Okay, and so you've got.
And I would like to say that my business partner Tammy Benoit and I, we met each other working at AK Frost. We were some of the first employees hired at AK Frost. I was there almost a year and a half, and she's still currently employed there as a clone planner. And we're great. We were great employees there. That's why we added the reference letters from AK Frost in there. I worked in the retail store for AK Frost as well. We're in the industry, or we're in the industry, and it's just something that we just want to continue with our own store. So.
Okay, and is Tammy there with you?
Yes, I'm here.
She's on the phone.
Okay, yeah, I see you're the 95% owner of the business, so is there anything you'd like to add to what he said about your plans or your operation or anything?
I think he's mentioned everything we talked about.
I would like to say too, as of right now, I have. I'll probably still continue to have two jobs. Tammy Benoit, my business partner, she'll be the main person, the main face of Studio 420 AK. She'll be there on a daily basis doing the training, the daily work, the daily paperwork, hiring and firing, all that stuff. She will be the manager, the main person of the store. I'll help out as needed, as much as I can.
Yep.
And basically, I believe that will be a great a great part of it, and they're really looking forward to being in that spot.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll just say that I'm pleased that we've got this backup information on what the situation was, and I've said it maybe not here but other places that everybody deserves a second chance, and that is in some respects part of the concept of legalization of marijuana in Alaska. Anyway, so
thank you.
With that, in the matter of license application 19624, Studio 420 Retail, for approval with delegation. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. I keep wanting to call you Malarnik. Mr. Bruce. Jeez,
I've been called way worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Heine?
No.
And I'll vote yes. So that's 3-2, so that's approved.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Moving
you
right
so much.
along to Token Up, 20844 Retail Store in Toke. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wells, on behalf of Token Up 907
Okay. All right. Hang on, Mr. Wells.
You bet.
Push the button until the light turns red, and then you can talk, and everybody can hear you. So go ahead and introduce yourselves to us.
This is Mr. Wells on behalf of 907 Promos LLC, DBA Token Up. I'm the attorney, Lance Wells, representing them. Individuals applying are Mr. Jonathan Guest and Mr. Donald Davidson III, along with them.
They're sitting there in front of us, Mr. Wells. I just asked them to introduce themselves to us.
John Guest, Services LLC. Donald Davidson III, almost Token Up.
And I'm Jessica Smith. I work with Lance Wells' office and have been assisting these guys in their application process.
All right. So, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as noted, this is an application for a retail marijuana store in Toke. Toke is more than 50 miles from the boundary of a municipality, and thus 306030B through D apply, which states that a petition containing the signatures of 2/3 of the permanent residents residing within a radius of 5 miles of the United States Post Office nearest to the proposed licensed premises has to be submitted. There is a post office in Toke, so that's what applies in this particular situation. The applicant must obtain the required signatures within the 90-day period immediately before submitting the petition to the board. Permanent resident means a person 21 years of age or older who has established a permanent place of abode. The person may be a permanent resident of only one place. I hope the board at some point in the near future will revisit the issue of petitions, because this is very challenging for the staff, and I'm also sure for the applicants, although I don't have that experience personally. It is in these places that have no local government, it is very difficult to determine the number of permanent residents over the age of 20 who live within a random 5-mile radius. We can look at various census documents, but the census documents they don't correspond to that 5-mile radius, and thus trying to figure out how many of the people in a particular census area actually are within that 5-mile radius is virtually, it's very challenging. So the original submission of the petition portion of the application came with the explanation that the applicant had determined the area of the 5-mile radius and the area of the Toke census designated place. They calculated the percentage of the 5-mile radius to the CDP, and then applied that same percentage to the number of people who lived within the CDP. Then they applied a percentage of people who are 21 years or older and concluded that there were 480 people over 21 or over 21 or over in that radius, and that required 317 signatures. This determination was not accepted by the staff because the residents are not evenly distributed throughout the census designated place. They are much more concentrated actually around the area where the post office is. So if you examine an aerial photo, you can see that the majority of residents in the Toke census designated place actually live within the radius. So you couldn't really use a percentage of land area. You can't apply that percentage to population. It doesn't make sense. So we suggested that the applicant count rooftops in an aerial photo to determine at least the number of households, and then you could apply certain figures that are available to that number of households. But it was basically impossible to tell which rooftops were occupied homes versus unoccupied homes or garages or sheds or even commercial buildings. So that didn't work. We met on August 6th, and the applicant and their counsel to discuss the situation, and we could not agree on a reliable method to determine a number of necessary signatures, and I committed to presenting this issue problem to the board. Subsequently, after that meeting, I was able to reach the state demographer, and the demographer used census block data from 2010 to estimate 869 people 21 years or older living within the radius. Census blocks are much smaller than census designated places. So if you look on I don't think I have the map attached. Well, I had a map of the census blocks, but I don't think I attached it. So anyway, census blocks are much smaller. The demographer also looked at the PFD applications, which is not something we have access to, and concluded that 834 people 21 years or older within the radius filed for a PFD in 2019. So given that not all people apply for a PFD, the demographer concluded that 869 people 71 years or older lived within the radius. 2/3 of that is 579, which would be the number of valid signatures required. The applicant's counsel disputes that number. At this time, the applicant has submitted 617 signatures, and we have verified that 490 of those signatures belong to individuals who live within the radius and have stated that they are 21 years or older. We have included the petition documents in the confidential folder because it didn't feel appropriate to give names and birth dates out in general. It's clear the applicants have made a concerted effort to gain sufficient signatures in Toke. They have told us about going up and down the various roads and knocking on doors and some of the strange experiences they had during that process. But according to staff's determination, they do not have sufficient signatures to meet the regulatory requirements. We have received 17 comments against the application. There are additional comments in the marijuana mailbox that relate to Toke but are not specific to this license application. We always make an effort to inform commenters regarding the requirements for the comment to be considered an objection under 3 AAC 306-065, but only some of the 17 comments meet the standard for being an objection. And then at the very end, there's also a discussion of how difficult it is not only to figure out the number of signatures required, but then to verify those signatures based on lack of government and what are the addresses and how can we verify those addresses and that sort of thing.
Well, everybody's got a street name in Toke, right? Oh, really? I thought when the state laid out the subdivisions there, they had street names on them. Most of Toke is state subdivisions, isn't it? The better part of it, the more recent part, say since 80 or so, state subdivisions, right? I'm not saying that they're numbered, but you know what street you're on. Yeah.
There are streets in Toke that do not have any street names that are like say a 2-track trail, also within the 5-mile district, not on a map. For instance, there was a few signatures with an address written that could not correlate to a Google map or maybe a state map that were within the 5 miles, but were not counted as signatures because that street was not able to be found. So whatever they called it wasn't able, we couldn't confirm it.
Okay. So you guys are both in Westilla. All right. What's your apart from commerce? What's your connection to the community there in Toke?
Absolutely. So in February of this year, we bought a building out there. So we're now property owners. And mainly our component is being part of the cannabis industry. I currently own Guest Services LLC, which is a cultivation. We've been in business or approved since November 2017. And I was looking for a way, and Donnie was also looking for a way to get in the business of retail. And Toke looked like a good place because of its location, being that there's not a retail store within 180 miles, as well as I wouldn't be stepping on any toes of retailers that I currently do business with in the locality.
Okay, and remind me where 13 and a half is your address? 30.8. Well, I mean, which side of that is which side of the junction is that on?
Be on the border side.
Border side, okay. So the aerial photo on here doesn't have a huge amount of detail. What are you near as far as businesses down there?
Iron Dog Skidoo would be our neighbor, and on the other side is a vacant, or not vacant, salvage yard.
It was a gas station that caught on fire and actually burned to the ground.
Oh, was that, whose was that? Was that Texaco?
No, it was a private individual. I met him.
All right. Okay, board, any questions?
I am sympathetic for token up, but marijuana is still, there's pretty divisive for a lot of communities, and until we can determine the actual number of people that live within the 5-mile radius, I'm apprehensive to approve this application. The 2020 census will be completed started next year. So I don't know what to say as far as my opinion right now.
And we have more information that we'd like to provide.
If I could, I'd like Ms. Smith to present some information.
The information provided by the state's demographer is actually more illogical than our first summation. And we've gone through 4 to 5 different methodologies at this point. And in preparing for this meeting, we've determined 2 additional methodologies that we find might be more acceptable to the board, logical, reasonable, and rational numbers. And I'd like to just take a few minutes to go through where we fit those methodologies and to explain the math and methodologies behind what I'm proposing. Because at this point, these guys have got quite a bit tied up and invested in this, and this is not an application which, to the best of my understanding, can simply be tabled and taken up at another time. They'll really have to reapply because the application as it stands has not been considered complete. So I'd like to take a minute to share with you where we've been through this process of math and methodology, why each method has been determined to be invalid, including the state demographer's numbers, because they actually represent that there are more people living in just the 5-mile radius than the entire Toke census-designated place as a whole. I believe there was an oversight which occurred when he presented those numbers, and I'm more than happy to present and share that information now.
Hold on a second. Do we have a copy of the petition in our packet? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, yeah, go ahead and take a couple of minutes, and so you're going to try to explain that there are more people there than there are. We're trying to get this on the record. Do you need to draw pictures up there. I mean, we'd really like to have you near a microphone so that it's on the record. And these aren't exactly portable.
All due respect, Mr. Springer, there's going to be so many numbers flying back and forth. These clients have put an awful lot of time into this that we'd like to have the numbers written on the board so that you can see the greater than and less than sign, so that you can see the percentages as they break down, and you can see that clearly the information provided by the state demographer, which is now being relied upon to deny this application, is inaccurate and illogical.
Well,
This has a pretty long cord.
all right,
Try to
try
carry
to
it
drag it
over.
over there. Yeah, let's not spend all day with this if that's possible, please.
Do you have a packet available for the board by chance? They can give it.
Yeah, you get the numbers. Oh.
The memos that were provided, we can't see what's in your confidential file.
There's a whiteboard right there that. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Yes, this is within the purview of the board, but it seems to me that we're being asked to basically hold an evidentiary hearing that I'm not prepared to, and I don't feel like it is in my best interest or the industry's best interest to sit here and go back and forth between this expert and that expert and this expert and that expert, and then we're going to play Solomon and decide what it is. And so I guess I would like to know a purpose. If this application has been currently deemed incomplete, then I assume the board either agree with staff or to tell staff that we consider this to be complete and they should go forward with the process and bring it back. I don't think we're even in a position where we can actually approve this today, even if we were to accept that 490 verified signatures we would deem to be sufficient. And so I don't know that we need to do this. I think maybe the attorney or the director can say, you know, what decision is before us as a board today. If it is approval, then maybe we need to go through this. If it's simply, is this a complete application, then it needs to get further reviewed by the staff before it comes back to us. Those are different questions. But if the question today is, we as the board are going to determine what the population number is and what percentage of signatures are required, we could be here all day.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, got a couple of questions. First, for Ms. McCall, am I correct that the only reason the application is currently incomplete is over this question of whether or not they've notified the necessary number of signatures?
Whether they have collected sufficient signatures.
Okay. Okay, so does the board have the opportunity today to A, deem the application complete, and B, approve the application, or do those have to occur at different times?
If the board deems the application complete, the board can evaluate the application and act on it.
Okay.
There's a lot of background noise.
Sure, I actually read this confidential file over again with the plane coming up here, and what impressed me about it is how complicated it is to meet the regulatory requirements set up. And I think we all recognize this early on. It was sort of understood that within the various organized communities, it was going to be a fairly straightforward process.
Sorry, what?
But
I'm listening to the meeting right now. I feel like maybe we should put it on the speaker, though, because every time someone calls in, it makes us be a little
sorry, can we be quiet on the line, please?
Because of the
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
I would suggest we give them a little bit of leeway to just explain or that they've met the requirement before we just boot them down the road.
Mr. Schulte?
Briefly.
Yeah, we've got in here, we've got the letter you wrote, and I don't know how much of that you're including in the presentation you're about to do now. The letter of August 23rd.
Have you read that?
It's right here in front of me, and it's probably as complicated as what you're going to be putting up there on the board.
Well, hopefully, if I put it up in black and white for everybody to see, it'll be plain as day, and it won't get lost in the detail of text as you peruse through hundreds and thousands of pages of meeting documents. There are also memos, letters, and communications that are absent the file, or perhaps they're contained within the confidential file. And as Mr. Schulte has indicated, if you would just give us a little bit of time, we've traveled a great distance. These guys have traveled thousands of miles back and forth all around to collect signatures, not just on one trip, but on 4 trips. As the
Okay, go ahead
goalpost
and start off. Let's see what you have there for numbers.
In the beginning, as Ms. McConnell indicated, we had initially used a rationale that was based on, we had a different population figure, first and foremost, and we used the population of the whole CDP as a ratio to landmass, population to population, and that was rejected. But just for discussion purposes, the population we used initially, population of the entire CDP, was initially considered to be 1,197. And that would be of the entire census-designated place, not just the 5-mile radius. That landmass encompassed by the entire census-designated place, the area of the census-designated place, is 132.2 square miles. Initially, we had computed that the land area contained within simply the 5-mile radius itself, the area in radius, was 78.5 miles squared. And so we tried to take a ratio, the population in radius, population in the CDP was equal to the area in radius over the area in the entire CDP. And this was not acceptable, as we found that the area of the 5-mile radius comprised 59, we'll just call it 60% for argument's sake, 59 and some change percent of the entire CDP, and that the population was not equal to 60% because there's an unequal distribution. So this was approximately 60%. 60% of the land mass does not equal 60% of the population. Additionally, our first population figure number, 1,197, which was touted to be a more recent population number, was kicked back in the May 21st corrections letter, and we were asked to use the figure 1,258. This would be the 2010 census number. So, although we have, over the course of our communications with the AMCO staff, had now 5 different population numbers ranging from 1,197 to 1,258. For argument's purposes, we'll just use the greatest of these numbers, 1,258. Now, when that was originally kicked back, again, that was because 60% of the census-designated place, the land mass exceeds 60% of the population based on population density. That's not being argued. After that, the guys went out to get some more signatures, and they collected, maps please. They took a zoomed in gridded out version of Google Maps and went around and put little dots everywhere they actually physically found houses. And I believe that number is 422. I'm looking through my notes here.
As you guys are putting that together, do you object to me taking those and the notes you have for the record when you're finished?
So, these maps here. Within those maps and those little dots, these guys found 413 actual physical households where people lived, breathed, and existed in Tok. They found countless numbers of abandoned properties, properties that were used to house exclusively dogs, vacant properties. If Mr. Schulte has a very confused expression on his face, and if you have a question about the houses used to contain exclusively dogs, I'm sure the guys would be happy to speak to that later. Tok's a fairly unique place. But they had found and counted 413 physical residences after they drove hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles just within this 5-mile radius, up and down every single driveway, trail, access road, etc. When we first began the discussion about counting residences and applying the number of residents per household, according to the census data, I was informed by AMCO staff that any data collected by the applicants would be either rejected on the basis that it was collected by the applicants, or it would need to be confirmed by another source. We don't know who or what that source is or where anybody's going to validate that data, but if we could get access to that information, it sure would have streamlined this process. So then the clients hired a technician to take Google Earth data and images and actually physically pin drop every single roof within that 5-mile radius. And after those results came in, there were 877 pin drops, but it was immediately apparent, as the director indicated, that a number of these were ancillary buildings. They were sheds. They were exterior garages. They were chicken coops. They were abandoned buildings and structures. According to livability.com, Tok has seen a decrease in population of 13.3% since 2010. So using the pin drop rooftop method, as has been used in some other applications with other licenses, was not going to work here because those values overestimated the population of Tok by nearly 50%. So the pin drop rooftop method was deemed to be unacceptable. At that time, we met with AMCO staff and the director and determined that we couldn't determine at that time what a realistic, viable, sane, logical number was, and that this issue would be taken to the board for direction. Subsequently, Ms. McConnell received information from the state's demographer regarding, as she said, the number of individuals that the demographer believed to be within that 5-mile radius. And I will show you why that number is just as wrong. And then I'll give you two numbers that we could actually probably agree on. In the email dated August 12th from Ms. McConnell, she states that the demographer estimated 869 people, 21 or older, living within the 5-mile radius of the post office, based on census blocks. That's 869. 869 people 21 or older. We looked at PSD apps and determined that 834 people lived within the 5-mile radius, but then changed that number to, so that 2010 CDP numbers were 1255. So if the total population of the census-designated place is either 1,255 or 1,258, or he estimates it at 1,254. Let's just go back to the original census number, which is the largest of all of them, 1,258. So we're looking at 1,258 total people of all ages within the entire census-designated place. And we are being told that 869 of those are within the radius and 21 are up. According to the email and directive that we received from AMCO on the 21st of May, and also verified by Census Block Data and multiple other websites, the multiplier used to determine the fraction or the percentage of people within the Tok census-designated place who are over 21 years of age is 68.6%. So let's take a look at how many people in the entire Tok census-designated place are over 21. .686 is our 68.6%, which has been agreed by AMCO staff, confirmed with Census Block Data, times 1,258, which is the official 2010 population number and the initial directive that we were given. This would be the percentage of people of the whole in the entire census-designated place that is over 21 years of age. And that equals 862.9 or 863 people, 21 or up, in the entire census-designated place. So I'm not sure how, within the radius, there could be more people over the age of 21 than there are people over 21 in the entire census-designated place, especially because our 5-mile radius only comprises 60% of the land mass of the entire census-designated place. These statistics would reflect upon figures that indicate that there are actually more people living in a portion of the area than the entire area as a whole. So the numbers that have come from the state demographer have clearly overlooked the 5-mile radius, and in my belief, mathematics and analysis lead me to believe that he was looking at one of 3 different methodologies of considering the entire census-designated place rather than the 5-mile radius in and of itself, because the sum of the part cannot exceed the sum of the whole. So they're asking us to use a number greater than 100% of the census-designated place. We started at a number at 60% of the census-designated place. If you zoom in on Google Earth, or even if you look at the MJ12 Diagram 1 that was submitted in the first, second, and third version of the MJ12 that were submitted, I'm not sure if you guys have been given all versions and all forms of the MJ12s with all attachments that have come in on each and every version. But if you look at that, it makes that if you take the average of those two numbers, 60 and greater than 100, and meet in the middle at 80%, that our area, which comprises 60% of the land mass, contains approximately 80% of the population of the entire Tok census-designated place. If that's a realistic number, you can count those rooftops. You can say there's a house, there's a house, there's a house. You can look at the numbers that have been rejected by AMCO because these people lived outside of the 5-mile radius, or look at where their placement is and say, yes, approximately 20% of these people live outside of this 5-mile radius and within the other 41% of the census designated place. So proposal 1 is that you use an 80% number. 80% of CDP, of the population of the CDP, is in radius. The other methodology which would be proposed would be to go back to our applicants who have put countless hours, hundreds of hours, into driving up and down each and every driveway and each and every road and actually physically marking with a marker on the map the houses that they stopped at, the people that they talked to, the people that they had to return to because they didn't write a complete address or complete date of birth or scrawled their last name or only gave half information the first time. These guys have actually physically met with, arguably, every single resident in Tok. Another thing that hasn't even been hit on or addressed yet here is that initially they ran their public notice through the Fairbanks Daily News Miner, which circulates in Tok, and it's sold in Tok at the gas station and the grocery store, and it's kind of their local newspaper. However, it was determined that it doesn't have the reach or readership to be considered as a newspaper of general circulation. There was not a single radio station willing to air the public notice required by our applicants, and they were actually pushed into a position where, working with AMCO staff, the only acceptable option was for them to physically mail out a public notice to every single P.O. box holder within the Tok postal system, which includes people far and beyond the actual Tok census designated place as well as our 5-mile radius. And for that reason, because each and every P.O. box holder, people don't get mail at their houses there, everybody has a P.O. box. For that reason, that is one of the reasons that you probably see the disproportionate volume of public response to this application in particular is because these people had their doors knocked on multiple times. They received 3 mailings 1 week apart. Instead of publishing it in the newspaper, these guys actually had to send out over 800 public notices 3 times in a row and to have that printed, prepared, published, and mailed out. Everybody, but everybody, is on notice. So the only thing that's in dispute here is actually what is the magic number. I can't tell you what the exact right number is, but I can tell you what the wrong number is. And the wrong number has clearly been presented by the state demographer, who must have clearly overlooked a material fact in offering his opinion.
Okay, Mr. Miller, we don't encourage the state demographer. I think your point is kind of made here. So you gentlemen have collected 617 signatures, right? And the office has determined that 490 of them belong to individuals who live within the radius. And how was that determination made?
Mr. Chair, I asked the examiner to summarize how she evaluated the signatures. So she cross-referenced the street names, and if the street name was readable on the petition line, she accepted the signature. If the street name that was in the 5-mile radius petition. We were able to access, and this is not information that I am able to share with the board or the applicant, but we were able to access a list provided by the Division of Elections to cross-reference people who had signed the list. So if the name, for signatures which were difficult to read, if the examiner could match the name and the date of birth on the Division of Elections list, then that was acceptable. When she says an example of this is when I could not make out the street name on the petition, but when I looked up the name on the Division of Elections list and found the name with the date of birth and the address on the elections list was within the radius, then it was accepted. Signatures that were not accepted were where they were not legible enough to cross-reference the information with anything we had. If a P.O. box was provided without a street name, that was rejected. A couple of street names were not findable as within the radius, and there were a few signatures that were outside of the radius.
Okay, thank you. You mean to tell me that Ketland Roadhouse wasn't for sale? I mean, Joe Young had to get like 5 signatures or something on his petition.
And Mr. Chair, I do have a map that can show you the sort of how the majority of streets and people within the Tok census designated place are within the 5 miles of the post office and the very small bits of the population of the streets that are outside the 5-mile radius. And it would take me a few minutes to put it onto your laptops.
Wow. So anybody need to see that? Okay, I'm a little bit familiar with Tok in my dark checkered past, so I know that it's awfully built up, and it's got even more built up than it was. I'm glad you guys used the voter list. Had you pulled up the voter list, which Division of Elections, and to register to vote, you got to have address. It might be something as vague as down the street from the school, but you actually have to show a physical address. So.
We had voter registration access via the internet, and we did look through that. There were a lot of discrepancies of what we saw in data, and this goes with all the data, and then what we saw on foot. So the reliability factor, we didn't want to encourage anything other than knowing that we were within our 5-mile zone and we were talking to an individual that lived at that residence.
And I think there are probably more than a couple of people who live in Tok who aren't registered to vote.
That as well.
Okay. All right. So, board, we don't have a motion yet. Do we have a motion? No, we don't have a motion.
I have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
In the comment section of 30, are those all the comments from, in favor of and objecting to open up?
Through the chair, Mr. Jaime, so there are comments and objections. So the objections are ones that qualify as an objection because they provided the applicant with a copy as well within the particular required time period. So everything we received that was specific to this application is either in the comments tab or the objections tab.
But 617 signatures, I didn't see one comment in favor of token up in Tok.
So on the petition, it says, are you in support of this petition to open the store? And they check yes. That would mean all those individuals are in support and speaking out with their name and birth date that they are in support of our store. So I don't think we really encouraged any of the supporters of the store to go any further than to sign our petition. I do understand now that might be helpful for you to see some positive aspects. Communication is a huge issue out there. They have limited access to computers, phone, internet most of the time. The difficulties without having an exact number are wide, right? So you're asking for support letters where does that counteract a negative or anything like that? If that was something that you would like to see, that would definitely be something that we would be willing to show you, and we have plenty of supporters. I have personal phone numbers for roughly 10 to 12 people in Tok that are.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Lean in and be able to speak to it. Also, for anybody that's out there that would like to object to what they're doing right now or our store at all, that'd be here in on as well.
We've also gone back and made contact with people that emailed us. Make great length. Aren't in support that if they ever see issues in that place, because there is no city entity there, that they are more than welcome to come to us and we will work together.
question about a comment that was made, and there's a comment here that says a couple of things. It says that there's 3 radio stations in Tok, is that right?
Out of the 8, there's 4 total. One's out of Canada, NPR, broadcasted in Tok.
Canada.
And NPR,
You don't mean that KUAC repeated Fairbanks?
So when I looked into it, there's 2 stations from UAF, and there's 1 iHeartMedia station. iHeartMedia being the only station that could accept a radio ad, but they have internal policies against any marijuana advertising.
And the Fairbanks stations, KUAC, and I don't know what the other one would be. They wouldn't both carry it for you
because they're through UAF. They have federal funding that supports the radio station. They wouldn't acknowledge or take our advertising.
Okay, and it says there's a newspaper in Tok. Is that still a Muckluk News, or?
So the Muckluk News is a private paper, in the sense that the lady that owns Muckluk land makes a newspaper to the people. It's printed on legal paper.
Always has been.
Yeah, and it's not actually accessible unless you know someone that is. So it's not always in a public place. Privately to the individual that would like to read that paper.
Okay. Questions or comments here principally on the issue of efficiency of the petition?
I just want to comment before Mr. Davis and Mr. Guest, you guys have done a job. You guys tried your
Thank you for saying that. We do hope that it is proper for the board to acknowledge its credit.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm sure.
I would like to move that the board accept the supply signatures as having met the requirements for regulations. I'll speak to that.
I can't hear. Good.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode. The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Petition in support of the application.
I will second that for discussion.
Okay, same with Mr. Miller, So,
Mr. Chairman, as I said, I reread this on the plane coming up here, and it's I applaud you guys for the effort you put into this. I don't know that I probably would have bailed on the entire project halfway through what you guys did, and I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone up every one of those driveways either. That said, there appears to be every indication that these guys have made an honest and diligent effort, actually far beyond that, to meet the requirement in our regulations. And I would just echo what I said earlier, that we're not an homogeneous state in terms of population and density, and I think even early on we recognized that this kind of community was going to be problematic for licensees, and I think this is an example of it. I don't know which number is right, which number is wrong. I am swayed by the extent of the analysis and the narrative that accompanies it. I believe that they have made every reasonable effort to meet the regulatory requirement. I think that the state should meet them halfway and accept what I view as a best effort to involve the community and get their buy-in.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion?
I have one, or a few. Unfortunately, effort doesn't equal regulation. You guys have done an outstanding job. I just want to say that again. But, just based on the number of signatures you received and the number of comments against, token up in Tok, I just can't see approving it right now, based on the information that we have.
Well, we're just talking about approving the petition. We're not approving the application. That would be a separate motion. But approving the 617 or 400 and how many signatures as being the correct number in the unincorporated area. Let me just read it one more time. 306030. We are B, the board will not approve a new license in an area that is 50 miles or more from the boundary of a local government unless the board receives a petition to issue the license, not just support, and I think the petition is worded that way, isn't it? Please provide your signature, birth date, first page of the petition. Kind of makes it appear, find it in a moment, I think. The petition should read, you are stating you are in favor of having a licensed marijuana establishment in your community. Unless the board receives a petition to issue the license containing the signatures of 2/3 of the permanent residents residing within a radius of 5 miles of the United States Post Office nearest to the proposed licensed premises. A petition authorized by this signature must be on a form the board prescribes. Is that they were using? Okay. The applicant must obtain the required signatures within a 90-day period immediately before submitting the petition to the board. And that's also correct? That was okay. In this section?
Well, in what they have submitted, again,
right.
Whether or not it is complete is...
Right, but I mean, it's within this 90-day period.
Yes.
All right, and the signature may not be added to or removed from the petition after the board has approved the application. In this section, permanent resident means a person 21 years of age or older who has established a permanent place of abode. A person may be a permanent resident of only one place. So, how did you confirm that? What you did this over the summer, right? Last 90 days, you've been collecting these signatures.
We started in March collecting the signatures during the springtime, which is a large reason on our maps that you see homes that were, say, not lived in at the time, or we couldn't make it down the driveway or whatnot. We made it a point to go back to every house that we pinpointed, whether it was a no or no one was there, and to confirm whether someone did live there. After talking with neighbors, we also made a executive decision that, okay, this is a abandoned house for sure, and then also tried to get the commitment for the individuals that were at first uncertain about our store. When we offered more information and spent more time with them folks, we were able to get them to be in support of our petition.
Okay.
We're not seeking that the board say that effort supersedes regulation. The page 4 of the MJ12 as submitted actually does not have numbers filled in. It says see attached with an asterisk because nobody could determine what those numbers were. What we're asking the board to do is to find that either 677 is a reasonable estimate of residents greater than 21 years of age or older, or 690 residents is a reasonable estimate based on the analysis provided to you today, so that this worksheet can actually be filled in. It says right now that the population totals be attached. There's no number there, and that the petition totals 642 signatures. Actually, there were 622, but some were immediately discounted. I think we've all agreed on 490 is an acceptable number, which is C attached percentage, because those numbers were unknown. What we're asking the board to find is that a reasonable population estimate within that radius is 1,006.4, yielding 690 greater than 21 years of age, or 987 yielding 677 people 21 years of age. That's what we're asking the board to do, not to circumvent any policy or regulation by any means.
Okay, all right. Well, if I had known it was going to be like this, I would have said, let's have a whole nother meeting somewhere. Because this remains... I mean, does anybody else think this remains kind of complicated on the numbers?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it is complicated, and I wasn't suggesting that effort alone should be the bar.
No.
I think as I started listening to this, I thought, well, I think we have two choices. We can either accept that that the number provided meets the requirement, or give them another target. And I think that's kind of the challenge for the state. If we say no to this, then we have to say, well, okay, well, what is the target that they hit? And that's kind of what stood out for me in reading this narrative. These folks have been throwing darts at a dartboard in the dark that they can't even see, and they're just kind of waiting for AMCO to say, okay, yeah, you hit it, we're good. I don't think that's reasonable.
Yeah, no, I agree. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
I deal with this issue actually quite often in the line of work. Census blocks, subscribers, numbers, where they're at. And I do agree with the numbers they put on the board. They seem pretty reasonable, and only because I've been doing this for 25 years when we're trying to figure out where to build service for customers. I believe the most accurate thing you did was drive up and down every road, and I have done that, and it's a little scary. If we're not going to accept that, then we have to tell them what we're going to accept. And I believe that's the most accurate way to do it. That's how business does it. I mean, that's how I've done it in the past. So I would suggest that we, use the numbers. They seem very reasonable to me. As they pointed out earlier, you can't have more people living in the 5-mile radius that live in the entire census block. And if you go from census blocks and census numbers and all the things online, you will find instances where you will find more people living in one block than live in the entire span of the. So I agree with their analysis, and we just need to find a number that they can shoot towards.
Okay, and let's keep in mind that if anybody was to, if we found that these numbers were sufficient for us, if somebody wanted to protest it or take us to court over it, it would be on them to prove why that number is incorrect. So the issue right now, the motion is on the sufficiency. Well, let me ask. Yeah, the regulation says that we won't approve an application unless they have the petition, but it doesn't mean that just having the petition and the numbers being correct is an automatic approval.
That's correct.
Thank you. So, is there any more discussion on the sufficiency of the numbers? And you're representing that you have 600 and how many signatures?
There are 490 that have been deemed to be acceptable by AMCO, and without argument, we will accept the 490 of the 622 presented.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I know there's been some doubt cast on the demographer, and he has been very clear in understanding that the 5-mile radius does not include the entire Tok census designated place. He does calculate that 50 to 60 people over the age of 21 or over the age of 20 reside outside the 5-mile radius. So if you took the 863 people and subtracted 60 adults as living outside the 5-mile radius, you would come up with approximately 800 adults within the 5-mile radius, and 2/3 of 800 adults is 528. So that is information based on what the demographer has provided.
Okay, and I'm going to give a lot of weight to what the state demographer says. They spend all day with these kind of numbers, and a lot of decisions on a lot of things more important than a marijuana license are made on the information that the state demographer provides. So when did he give you that?
This information came from him on August 9th.
Okay, and do we have that?
Well, he calculated 869 people, which is the information that I provided to you. It's in the same.
Okay, and so
The 50 to 60 people was part of how he explained he reached 869.
all right,
Not
so-
being privy to any of that, it was really hard to take into account in our calculations. Our goalpost has changed 5 times through this process, and each time our guys have gone out and got more signatures. If they had been told early on in the process, or halfway through the process, or 3/4 of the way through the process, or at any point in time before they were pressing up on their 90th day, they would have gone out and got those signatures. I've told them, you guys need 49 more before I can submit one more MJ-12, and they've gotten in their cars and drove to Tok that night. They've scanned and faxed and emailed me things at 1 o'clock in the morning after they collected that 49th or that 51st signature as the goalpost changed and changed and changed. And I present that these are rational, reasonable, viable numbers, certainly much more viable than the 7 signatures, 8 signatures, 7 signatures collected by their neighbor who was approved prior to them. 7 signatures collected by their neighbor. Those numbers are clearly dead wrong, and I understand that the process has evolved, as has the scrutiny upon licensees, but this application was for a cultivation less than 5 miles away from their facility, and included only 8 signatures, and it was approved by this board and accepted.
well, 5 miles from there, you're actually, it's across the Tok River, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Look at
Yeah.
your map, there's overlapping, it overlaps. It's wrong. These guys have...
Across the, well, that's neither here nor there. Okay, so the state demographer's suggestion is the proper number of signatures, or your calculation based on the state demographer's population estimate for that 5-mile radius was...
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
since there's clearly going to be a special meeting by the board, perhaps it would be appropriate to table this matter. I can get more detailed information from the state demographer, and I will provide it to the licensees or applicants as soon as I get it, and the board can take some time to reflect, and we can provide more information, because I understand this is a significant situation for them.
How does that sound to the board? We have a lot of people that are waiting in line.
Mr. Chair, could
Chairman,
oh, I'm sorry.
I would suppose if we're going to table this, then I think we need to come up with a specific number, a defensible number. Give them a target that they can hit once and for all. Not we here now today, but I mean through the state's petition and.
But in giving us a new target number, you're already outside of regulation. These signatures had to have been collected and submitted weeks ago. And so in giving us a new target number, unless the board's going to make some type of decision to act outside of regulation and extend the deadline for these folks to go collect more signatures, then their signatures have expired by the time you extend the deadline. And they've already had to double collect some signatures. They've already had to triple knock on some doors. Let's not disturb the people in the peace and Tok anymore by kicking this dead horse. Everybody's gotten 3 mailings. They've signed once. They've signed twice. They've received notice and ample notice. It would be our request that the board make a consensus or decision about whether or not it's reasonable and acceptable to accept one of these 2 figures, the larger of these 2 figures, as being viable and reasonable, to adopt one of those 2 numbers, to accept an updated or amended MJ-12 here and now, to find the application complete, and then if you just wish to table this to consider the extensive public comment and whether or not any of those are even viable within regulation to take into consideration as a reasonable reason to deny a license, then table it on that matter, but that would be our request.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
A couple of thoughts here. I think one of the issues rafting through all of this is consistency. We've heard over and over again, the board desires to be consistent, public expects consistency, prospective applicants expect consistency. And when you're not consistent on issues like this or a number of issues that have come up today. There have been, the word consistency has come up. Being the attorney who will defend you when you deny a license, when you deny a license and the applicant, or an application of some sort, the applicant has a due process right to an appeal. Those appeals are difficult for everyone. They're expensive. They're time-consuming. They don't necessarily result in a net gain. My thought is, if you want to put this off to consider it and have more time, because we spent, I don't know, an hour and a half on this already, then that's probably not a bad idea. But I wouldn't expect you to put any boundaries around what the purpose of the delay or the postponement is, but just get the decision right and have it be something that you can look back on and say, yes, we were consistent. Also, Ms. Smith brought up an issue of an application that the board supposedly approved 5 miles away with 7 signatures. I don't know what she's talking about. It could be in a completely different geographic area. I'd like to look into that because, again, the public does expect consistency, and I'd like to have the board understand what that application was about.
Yeah, no, I know what that application was, and we did it in Fairbanks. We were at the DEC, and it was a cultivate way out of town. So I wasn't surprised at the small number of signatures. All right. So if we put this off to let you talk to the state demographer, and maybe we would hear from the state demographer if he doesn't mind. Can we get a motion to accept the petition as presented for further review? That would keep those signatures alive, and if we are satisfied by the demographer that they are not enough, or if we are satisfied by the demographer that they are enough, then we could take action based on that petition and those signatures. If more were necessary, then we would say so, but they wouldn't have to go out and duplicate all the signatures. Is that?
On that note, I would withdraw my earlier motion and substitute with a motion that we accept this, as you just stated, accept the signatures as provided and take them under consideration while we determine if in fact they meet the requirements.
Mr. Jones, I know you're not an unincorporated community kind of guy, but you got any you got anything to say here before we do anything?
I think we've wasted an awful lot of time today that won't get settled. When we did the regulations, I would have thought Tok was a city. We're going to do the next application is Port Alexander, 91 people and a second-class city. You get a place outside of Antioch or Anvik or one of those small communities. They have a government, but you get 5 miles away from there, and there might be 5 people. To have 12 or 1,300 people in Tok and not have a government complicates the applicant's life and ours immensely. But at the same time, the rules have to apply both sides. So I don't mind tabling. I don't mind accepting the signatures to date so they don't have to redo those. Tok may be the only community of this size that we have to deal with this, because I cannot think of another community as large as Tok that doesn't have a government. Even Denali Borough has a borough, even though there's only 1,800 people in it. I just think that there's some issues here, more with how we allow large populations not to be within a government except the legislature. So, but I do think that we need to move on and accept the signatures so they don't have to redo it.
Okay. Now, is there a second to the motion? Did we get a second? Second, Mr. Miller. Okay, I will just say, to reiterate what I said yesterday when we were talking about legislative priorities, this would apply to any village that's not incorporated, that has a tribal government, and somebody wanted to start a store in Tuluksak, you know, they would be under the same bar, and at the same time, the recognized government there, federally recognized tribe, wouldn't be in a position to object. So, okay, so all those in favor of the motion to accept the petition as presented, basically without prejudice, I guess we would say. Roll call. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So, okay, we have accepted your petition. We will establish a date for a further hearing on this, once the director has had an opportunity to speak with the state demographer, and we will let you know.
Thank you for your time. I do apologize for how long this has taken. This is a complicated issue, and so we do appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of
Okay.
the board.
Let's
Thank
take
you, staff.
5 minutes. We'll be back here at 3:00. make some progress. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, yes, by gum. License 20716, new standard marijuana, new standard marijuana cultivation application, ACP LLC in Port Alexander. Are they on the line?
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Along with her manager on behalf of ACP LLC, number 20716.
Okay, Mr. Wells, thank you.
Help out back on all that stuff.
That's Lance, that's Mr. Wells. Okay, this is a, basically no memo. Great, yes. Great, good, family life, okay,
If I may, we have received, an objection for this license. It was a timely objection, but did not make it in time to make it onto the board packet.
okay, who's it from? From an individual or from a body?
It's from an individual. Okay.
All right, Mr. Wells, your client, well, let's get a motion here first.
So
Yeah.
essentially, if you approve this, it'll come back at the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, I want to, once
The objection is timely. However, we don't have it in front of us where it belongs. Not in front of us because on the period that an objection must be received. And so that means that we should, we would have to consider it in this. And as the director said, even if we approved this, it would be with delegation, and the delegation would be that we would have to review the objection at our next meeting, do nothing, or rescind the previous action. So we could table this until the November meeting.
So I know, and I know it's really.
If there's any way we could move forward with this, my clients have traveled a long distance to get here from Port Alexander today to get to my office in Anchorage. And as I understand, and the objection's from a neighbor that filed this, and it's, from what I've read it, and basically it's an objection to potential noise from a generator. As you may know, that everyone's on a generator out there where they live in Port Alexander. It's not an objection regarding a school or a daycare or a church, that type of thing.
Hold on, Mr. Wells.
I don't have it. And we don't have, Wi-Fi or anything.
Mr. Chairman, is there some way we could get the objection by tomorrow?
Yeah, Michael's got it. You got it with you? Put it on thumb drive?
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, perhaps we could come back to that later in the day or tomorrow even.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So I would move to table this application to tomorrow's session.
All right, the motion to table this till tomorrow. We'll take it up first at 9 a.m.
9 o'clock in the morning? That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wells.
Thank you all.
All right, which brings us up to limited cultivations, Alaska Forget-Me-Not Farms.
Yes, this is Stuart Wells.
Okay, good morning, sir. You have a motion on license number 19984, limited cultivation, Alaska Forget-Me-Not Farms.
Yeah, could you speak up? I can barely hear you.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you fine. I'm sorry. I just asked if there's a motion on the application, so if we can take that action, just 1 second.
Okay.
Approve license 19984, Alaska Forget-Me-Not Farms.
Okay, is there a second? All right, moved, seconded. Okay, Mr. Wells, Mr. Stuart Wells, go ahead and introduce yourself to the board and tell us what you got in mind.
Okay, my name is Stuart Wells, and I'm doing a limited cultivation I'd say in between Palmer and Wasilla, off the Palmer-Wasilla Highway. And I think I've got everything done, all the licensing and the permits.
and I'm just waiting for an install on a commercial door install, just a latch. And I figure we could have our final inspection done in 2 weeks or less.
All right. Okay, so you're leasing the property.
Yes.
So do you have, where we have cultivators that find themselves kind of getting in line tax-wise? So I started asking a couple of questions. Do you have experience cultivating marijuana or growing tomatoes or, you know?
I can barely hear. There's a lot of paper shuffling or something going on right now.
Yeah, somebody please mute your phones. Please. Somebody's dragging their cell phone on the ground or something. Okay, that's a little quieter.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wells, my question was, we have folks that go into, especially small cultivates, that find themselves at some point without the wherewithal to do things like get their taxes paid and things. So do you have some business experience?
Oh yes. I've gone through liquor licensing with the board.
Okay, so you're a liquor licensee?
I have been a liquor licensee, yes, in the past.
Okay.
I'm in my 60s now.
Do you have some experience growing marijuana and
oh yes,
familiarity what's involved there?
Yes. Okay. I'm a sole proprietor. I do plan on having a manager come in. He's a helper, and he'd be helping me along at times.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to answer any questions you have. So.
Right. Yep. That's okay. We have anybody else have questions for Mr. Wells? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
It's probably for also Mr. Wells, but also for staff. On the premises diagram, majority of the building he has set aside for a potential hemp farm.
Well, I had planned on doing something with that as time went on, where we had more resources, more economic resources. But the hemp issue I heard was kind of vetoed out by the governor.
Well, my question was, it's no longer vetoed out. My question was, since I am not familiar with the regs that are being proposed, is there any restrictions on co-locating hemp and marijuana facilities in the hemp regulations? I don't believe there's any in ours. Are hemp farms restricted access like marijuana cultivation?
No, from what I understood was you just needed a permit, and that was talking through Ron Carter out at the experiment plant out in the Butte area.
Mr. Chair, perhaps I can answer that question. Through the chair, the hemp regulations have not been adopted yet. They've gone through some changes. I can't represent with any specificity. There are restrictions. They're not as strict as the marijuana regulations in terms of the descriptions of the grow facilities. I can't answer that specifically.
And the reason I ask is, without getting that on the record, if the staff were to go through that process and become a hemp licensee to grow hemp, would that, throw up barriers or cause us concern? And what I'm hearing on the record, that's why I asked the question, is probably won't. But I know that there's a lot of issues about hemp and the THC content or not content. If you have two cultivations of two different products that are regulated differently that look like the same plant.
Well, I understand that, yeah.
I would have some concerns. I just wanted to make sure that got on the record.
Yeah, and evidently I think a lot of it is also cross-pollination, which it came up. We had a former legislator.
Well, that's a matter of taking out males and one of the things is that I probably won't do it because of the information I've heard already from what has not been adopted. It was something that was it was an ongoing thought and waiting for the regulations to be written. And as the lady said, one of the chair lady said, they haven't been adopted yet, the regs.
Okay, and there's no residence associated with this, is there? It looks like it's...
No, there isn't.
You know, what...
I do have cameras, yeah.
Oh, no, but I'm just talking about the property there, and there's this other hangar you've got crossed off. Is that still there?
What's it called?
Hangar number 2?
Oh, the one next door?
Yeah. I know it's not part of your premises. I'm just trying to. We have a drawing here and a really small photograph. I'm just trying to pin down what's what. That's all.
Yeah, he's just next door behind me. I see no problem with him. I've talked with him and.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Getting up Farms. Okay, you guys ready to vote? Okay, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Not Malarnik, Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Really, I'm sorry. Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Hyme. Yes. And I'm a yes, so there you go. We keep writing 4 also, it's 5. Okay, all right. There you go. You're all set.
Okay, and thank you very much.
Farms, you bet. License 21092. Sorry to keep you waiting. All right, this is Johnny Day Farms, license 21092. Got a clean memo here. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve license number 21092, Johnny Day Farms.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Schulte and Mr. Miller. Good afternoon. Welcome to Nome, and go ahead and introduce yourselves to us. Push the red button. Yeah, with delegation, yes.
My name is Dottie Hammock, CEO.
Dustin White, Master Grower.
Okay. You guys are out in Willow. Go ahead and tell us what you got in mind.
We are putting it together a limited 500 square feet. It will be in a building greater than that size footprint, but it will be table space of 500 square feet or less.
Okay.
Yeah. On the premises diagram, you show the restricted access certain colors. There's part of that that you have marked as processing, but it's not part of the restricted access area. The dry storage room is restricted access, the security office is restricted access, the flower room is restricted access, the veg room is restricted access, but processing is not. I'm misreading the diagram, or
no, sir. It was my understanding that the actual restricted access area incorporated things for storage, things of that purpose, but the actual processing was for general employee admission. Does that and we couldn't have members of the public in there. I'd originally tried to make the entire building a restricted access area, but there was some litigation upon that said we couldn't actually, that each individual area had to be deemed restricted access. Because of something to do with the bathroom couldn't have security cameras, and if the entire building was deemed a restricted access area, then the bathroom itself would have to have security cameras as well.
Yeah, it wasn't a litigation matter. It was actually something that's you could bathrooms, even if they're in a restricted area, we want cameras on the outside, but not on the inside. So,
Mr. Chair, I think we require that if there's marijuana or processing and product, that needs to be a restricted access area. I think they can show the bathroom is not a restricted access area, even though it's inside, but I think and I don't have any problem with the application, that was my only question. You know, as long as that premises diagram is redrawn a little bit, I don't have any problem with this. I just want to make clear that that processing area has to be a restricted area.
No, that's right, so we make that part of the delegation. So, you heard the question asked before, business experience, you know, you've got no problem making your taxes on the sales?
No,
and,
my husband and I have over 30 years of self-employment. I was also manager of air gas for over 11.
Okay, and, you know a little bit about growing marijuana.
I was with Great Northern Cannabis since their second harvest. I was on their grow team under Cameron Gamache. I have extensive grow experience, and we have several test results, 23 plus. So we are
on some home grow you're testing.
Yes, it is a home grow, but not bragging. Quite exceptional.
No, that's all right. Okay. Great. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none on license 21092 Johnny Day Farms Limited Grow for approval. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte? Yes. Yeah, we got it that time. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime? Yes. I'm a yes, and I wrote 5 the first time.
Thank you.
All right. Brings us to, we only had 2 limited cultivations this time. Color me shocked. Okay, the right page here, 11, 12. Okay, new retail. Great Northern Cannabis in Anchorage.
Yes, this is John Redden, in-house counsel of Great Northern Cannabis.
Okay, just stand by a second and let's get things going here. This is a new retail. Yes, sir. Yeah, turn your microphone on.
He is on the board of the ACBA, and I recuse myself for those.
All right, no, that's fine. Mr. Miller has recused himself, but we still have 4 of us. Okay, another straight-up memo. Do we have a motion on this application?
Here.
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve the retail license for Great Northern Cannabis, license 20366 with delegation.
Second. By Mr. Schulte. All right, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Yes, again, this is John Redden, Great Northern Cannabis is in-house counsel. We currently have 2 retail stores in Anchorage. The application would be for our 3rd, located at 2600 East Tudor. Everything is before the board as far as our application is concerned, and I'm here and available to address any questions or comments that you may have.
Could you, without any visual aids, name all the entity officials on this application? Yeah, okay. It's only because you have how many spots? How many? 30, 41, I see.
There's
100?
41, I believe.
Yeah, 41. Yeah, there's 41. Okay. So where's this, where are you putting this at?
It's near the cross section.
It's on Tudor?
Tudor and Lake Otis.
And, all right, you guys already got this building, right? You got, is this, yeah, you're not, you haven't used
It's not a new construction. It is if you're familiar with the area, there was a Chinese restaurant operated out of that facility called the Voodoo.
Okay, oh yeah, I've heard of Voodoo's. Okay, no, Municipality of Anchorage conditionally protests pending the marijuana license, a special land use permit. How are you coming on that?
Very well. We have a hearing date for October 22nd.
Okay. All righty, so the delegation will be pending the Municipality of Anchorage marijuana license and land use permit. Okay, any other questions? Right, then on the matter of license 20366 Great Northern Cannabis, new retail store, 2600 East Tudor. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime? Yes. I'm a yes, so now I can write 4 again. There you go.
All right, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Okay, license 21170 Green Zone in Kotzebue.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Within the last couple of days, we received a comment from an individual asserting that this application was within the separation distance of several things. So as the board considers this, I would request that if you approve with delegation, that the delegation include that the staff investigate the assertions, and if there is any issue, that we would bring it back to the board.
Okay, and let the record show that Mr. Miller has rejoined us.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Before we go on, if that is the information that the director got, I have a related question then.
Go ahead.
In the application, we always ask, do you have interest in any other marijuana business? And I believe one said no, but there was another licensee in Kotzebue, I think it's 17764, that according to Google is like a 1-minute walk away from this facility.
Yes.
Is that yours?
No. So
Okay.
there's a lot. Oh, go ahead.
And so the question is, if we've already approved a facility that's a 1-minute walk from this facility, and there's questions about distance, where there's questions based on the other licensee that we have in Kotzebue.
Through the chair, Mr. Jones, I'd have to do some more research to find that out, but 500 feet I don't think is very far to walk in, you can get a good distance in 1 minute.
No, I understand that. I just was curious because
I'd have to do some
1 minute
research.
apart. I mean, Kotzebue is not that large. Basically one end to the other in 10 minutes. I understand that. But if there's, depending on what distance it is, if it's halfway in between the two,
Sure.
if it's 500 feet the other direction, then we have other issues. But, these would be 2 retail facilities, in a community that has a community liquor store and otherwise has local option on alcohol. Have 2 retail stores. I just was concerning to me in the first place. But if somebody's protesting one because they're too close, then I think we need to look at the other one as well.
Well, we've certainly seen people make allegations of protected land uses being within the distance when that isn't actually the case. We've also seen people assume that because there's something close by, it's within 500 feet when actually it's, 1,500 feet, because people aren't very good at, some people, myself included, are not very good at judging distance. So I just...
No, I understand all of that. I just wanted to raise that issue of there's, a licensee has already been approved. It's like a 1 minute walk away, so.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly understandable. Okay, do we have a motion on this application?
I would move to approve Green Zone License 21170 retail with delegation, that delegation to include the questions about distance.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All right. Welcome. Introduce yourself to us. What do you want to do?
Janet Alcine.
My name's Dan.
And just to circle back real quick on the director's comments, what date was that public comment received?
I think it was over the weekend.
So
like last weekend.
It was past the public comment period?
It wasn't a valid objection, so it doesn't qualify as an objection, but if we hear from the public that, hey, there's a whole 2 doors away, I think it's something that it's incumbent on us to go look at the situation.
Sure. So one thing I'd like to point your attention to is we actually did identify a sensitive use, and we provided it in diagram 3 and 4 of your NJ02. And if you look, it's we had it surveyed to make sure it was proper distance, and it's the children's home, group home. And so it's 500 and, where's that number? 500 and, you see that number before I do? Over 500 feet, but 560 feet. And there's another establishment, in the vicinity. So that was the sensitive use that we identified with the survey and and we did provide that to you because we anticipated they would publicly comment. They did not, to the best of my knowledge. And just to refresh your memory, this is the Kotzebue license before he submitted it as Hot Pot on Front Street.
In the hotel?
Next to the hotel.
Next to the hotel.
Well, I guess they're both hotels.
They're in the same building.
And the community, we met with the community, we met with the Liquor and Marijuana Advisory Committee, and they really asked us, hey, can you find a different location? And so we talked about this location. Now, that is going to be voted upon, this particular location, by the local government regulatory authority for marijuana and alcohol on September 24th. So while they asked us to move the locations and seemed like this was a better fit for the community, they have not approved it yet. But on September 24th, they will have that vote.
Okay, so a little more delegation. Okay, we spoke to you last time you were here. You've been a businessman up at Kotzebue for a while?
Oh no, actually I've been from I'm
sorry, I meant Kotzebue.
Not the Kotzebue. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I moved to the Kotzebue by having liquor store and the bar.
Oh, here in Nome. Okay,
yes.
Right, Roger. Okay, all right, and who owns you're moving into the pizza, Rico's Pizza? Is the building you're moving into? You want to move into?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And who owns that?
That's owned by Chong Lee, the other.
Yeah, my partner.
Oh, your father?
No,
partner.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So the big thing you're waiting on is local government approval.
Your approval and then local government approval.
So yeah. Okay. That could take a while. Sometimes. Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicants on the application? There's no license. Is there a licensee in Kotzebue right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 7764. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So any questions, comments? Okay. Then in the matter of license 21170 Green Zone in Kotzebue with delegation on distance and the local government approval. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so there you go.
Thank you.
All right, okay, we'll adjourn till tomorrow. Hey, jokes. Okay, Cusco Kush, license 21227. You don't have any petitions with you, do you?
No, he does not.
Okay. All
Jana Weltine, attorney for Cusco Kush.
Jared Carr.
Also attorney. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, miss.
I believe there's a representative from the city of Bethel on the phone who may wish to speak.
Okay. Somebody from the city of Bethel on the line?
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
The city of Bethel, you online?
Yeah, this is Lori Strickler with the city of Bethel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, we'll get to you. Okay, we have a motion on license 21227 Cusco Kush. It's 21227. It's tab 36. It's on the agenda.
Motion to approve license 21227 Cusco Kush.
Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
All right, move and second with delegation. So if you'd care to introduce yourself to us and tell us what you got in mind, we'd be happy to hear it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jared Carr, license 217 for consideration. We're proposing to open up a retail marijuana store in Bethel. It is a standalone building, 24 by 32.
And I would just add to that, Jared Carr is a barred attorney for the state of Alaska. He also used to be a prosecutor and used to be a police officer, so he's well suited for this venture.
And he's lived in Bethel for a few years.
Off and on since 2002.
Yeah. Okay, so your building is up, and your partner, Mr. Shabani, is also a businessman in Bethel.
He is. He owns the largest cab company in Bethel. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here with us today. One of his employees was involved in a bad accident, and he's tending to him. So I apologize on his behalf.
No problem. Okay, so you are leasing the property from the city of Bethel.
Correct.
The land, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I saw a reference in the planning director's report, maybe that's what Ms. Strickler's going to talk about. The planning director in his report to the city council said you don't have a conditional use permit yet, do you?
That's correct. We have an application before them.
Right, and he said that there was a potential lease issue. Do you know what that is?
I do, and it's a civil issue that's ongoing with the city, and we're working through that.
I would very much suggest that that issue be handled with the civil attorneys and any litigation that needs to happen.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, it's not in our way necessarily. You're just waiting to get the conditional use permit. Okay, Ms. Strickler, I'm going to turn the phone back on. Or is it on? Okay, Lori, are you out there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does the city of Bethel have some comment to make on the application?
Not sure.
We just wanted to point out to the board that the local governing body's ability to protest timeframe will expire on October 13th. So my council has not had an opportunity to review this application. I do want to make sure that the board is also aware that there is a provision in their lease, as mentioned by the representing attorney there, that would prohibit any activity on the leased premises that would be in violation of state or federal law.
You said marching order about the
Okay, is that your comment there, Ms. Strickler?
That is, yes, that's all that I have. Thank you.
Okay, and let the record show that Lori is the city clerk for the city of Bethel. Lori, have you got a meeting between now and October 13th, the council?
Yeah, they do. So they'll be presented with the license application and the administrative review at their next meeting, which will be held on the 24th. And we will have one additional meeting in which the council will have an opportunity to present a protest if they so choose.
Okay, thank you. An unusual circumstance for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, so
just out of curiosity, are there any cultivators in Bethel?
Not that we license. I wish there were. I mean, you know, maybe there will be someday. All right. So the delegation is possibly receiving comment from the city of Bethel. They already said they're going to make the timeline. Whether they object or not, it's up to them. So that shouldn't be part of the delegation. But
local government is pending. Fire marshal is pending.
Fire marshal's pending,
and the objection period is still open.
Okay, then that covers it all. And we don't have any other delegation issues on this. All right, then for license 21227, turn the phone off. 21227 Cusco Kush.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Hyme.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so there you go.
Thank you.
All right, Cosmic Seaweed, license 21417 in Homer.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Logan for Cosmic Seaweed.
All right, Ms. Logan, just 1 second. Do we have a motion for Cosmic Seaweed?
Motion to approve license 21417 Cosmic Seaweed with delegation.
For a second.
Second.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Logan, go ahead and introduce yourself to us.
So I'm Chris Logan. I'm one of the licensees. For Cosmic Seaweed, we currently own and are operating a manufacturing under the same name. And we are wanting to get a retail store open in the city of Homer. It will be the fourth licensed, but probably the second one to open. That's our goal.
Okay, where's your manufacturer at?
It is in the same neighborhood, the lot directly behind where we're putting the retail store.
Okay, so it'd be a separate building.
Yeah, it's completely separate lot.
Okay. Really nice looking couch there.
Mm-hmm.
Got any openings? No, I don't have a card, so never mind. Okay, whereabouts in, you got a map on here, I'm guessing, yeah, sort of. So, I've only been to Homer once. You're kind of on a, were you up in a kind of the corner of town there? Is that the way this looks on this map here, or?
We're down in Old Town in the Bishop's Beach area. That large building that you see on the corner of Bunnell and Beluga is Two Sisters Bakery.
Okay. Oh, so your manufacturing is what, on the lot below that on Charles Way?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. How's the manufacturing business going for you?
It's going really good. We were surprised we didn't make $1 million in the first week, but it's been a lot of hard work and we're getting there.
A lot of licensees are surprised about that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, yeah. Yeah. That's right. And what are you manufacturing?
BHO concentrate, just all the basic stuff.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Long on this application? It's pretty good looking store there. Building's already there.
It's under construction. We're working on it.
Oh, it's gonna be a brand new structure? Or?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I had a question on the premises diagram, and I wasn't going to ask because I thought, well, that's probably not another issue. But the building's under construction. Are you constructing the building and then leasing it to yourself? And the reason I ask is on the diagram it says second floor. There's an area that says leased by Cosmic Seaweed, currently unfinished, separate area, no connection or access to the retail store or other areas of the second floor. So I just wanted to, who's going to potentially lease that other part of the building? Is this your building, or is somebody building it for you and you're only leasing part of it?
So one of our licensees owns the land and will own the building that we are building, and it will be owned by the licensee and leased to the LLC business. And our proposal, which the second floor is not under the scope of this retail permit, but the second floor, our plan for the second floor is to either have a manager's apartment in that front space that's not accessible at all by the retail store. Due to the lack of affordable housing in Homer, we would like to have a manager or person on site. We think it would help assist with security. And that's what that area would possibly be for, but it's not been built out yet, and it's not under the scope of our retail license. Does that answer your question?
It did, and but the second floor that says possible on-site consumption area currently unfinished, is that part of the discussion here? So both the first and second floor, the retail, and then the second floor above the retail, part of this license? Because you don't show it as being restricted access, you just simply have stairs going up to the second floor. And we've had some issues where people have had parts of a building that they weren't using for the marijuana, and then we go in and we find they're storing product or storing things there. And since the access to the second floor is indicated from the retail store and not from the other side, I wanted to get clarified as to whether the second floor for the future on-site consumption is part of what you're considering for this license.
Yes, so that's a very good question, which we anticipated. And the upstairs portion, our goal is to get the retail store itself finished and operating, which will allow us to have the funds to complete the second floor, which will be plumbed and everything. And then we will be, in the future, adding, applying for an on-site consumption endorsement to our license, and we would like to build that back section out for on-site consumption, whatever is allowed under regulation, and then have an exterior deck off of that area actually being the on-site consumption area with a kind of an interior bar situation, possibly food and drink, no alcohol served, and that's for the future. Just we can't afford to finish the entire building at this time, and so that's we were going to open in stages, and that's why it does connect from the retail store up through that stairwell, which will be locked, a secure door that will be locked and not accessible until that upstairs portion is licensed.
Okay, thank you. And then the deck you show is off the second floor then, not off the first floor?
Yes, it's off the second floor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Not seeing any then for Cosmic Seaweed LLC license 21417, new retail. Oh, well, hold on a second. Does we have objections? Okay, let's take a look really fast.
There was one objection, and I think part of the delegation has to be the Kenai Peninsula Borough conditions. Even though they didn't protest, we still have to put those conditions in, correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Jones, the board hasn't put the Kenai Peninsula Borough conditions on licenses that are in cities in the borough. You have only put them on licenses that are outside of cities within the borough.
Okay.
Let me ask, is Eileen Becker on the line? Eileen Becker from Homer. That's who the objection is from. And she's not online. Okay, so it says, you have the path that leads to the AK Islands and Oceans Visitor Center. End up by your proposed business location will be really bad. Right now you have nothing to start a business but a gravel dead-end street, trailers, and outbuildings. Are those on your property or your proposed property, the trailers and outbuildings?
Those photos, so we were not aware that there was actually an objection until I pulled up the license application that got posted with the board meeting minutes here, because Eileen Becker never notified us, either by email or by mail, that she objected. So I would actually argue that this objection is actually a public comment. But to answer your question, the photos that she posted are actually not even our lot. Those are two lots down the street, which are actually currently being cleaned up. In the process of being cleaned up in conjunction with us doing all our construction in that neighborhood.
Okay. What does she mean the locals want their weed mite free?
I don't know.
Okay, so this little building is not your outfit right there.
No, that's several lots down the street.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, we gave the objector an opportunity to see if she was online. Okay, with that, on license 21417 Cosmic Seaweed, new retail in Homer with delegation, including Kenai Peninsula Borough, I guess. Did we decide is Homer's in the borough, right?
Yeah. There are no conditions for the Kenai Peninsula Borough, and we've received a letter of non-objection from them.
Okay. Okay, very good. Then to approve, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Jaime. Yes. And I'm a yes. So there you go.
Thank you very much, board.
You're welcome. Which brings us to new manufacturer, Happy Valley and Haynes.
Janet Waldine, attorney for Happy Valley and Haynes, and Timothy Thomas is on the line, licensee.
Okay, do we have a motion for license 20438, Happy Valley New Manufacturer?
Motion to approve license number 20438, Happy Valley with delegation.
For a second.
Second.
Okay, moving and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
This is a new manufacturing license, and it's the first one in Haynes, and we've actually already done the Haynes assembly meeting, and they voted to approve the license, pending your approval. And, you know, Timothy, why don't you fill them in about how long you've been in the area and what you're trying to do, too?
Okay, first I'd just like to say hello. My name is Timothy Thomas, and I'd also like to thank the board and chairman for this opportunity. I know you guys got a lot on your plate this weekend, so I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I've been in Haynes for 15 years, and I've done construction and mining exploration and heli skiing, and I've realized I can't do physical labor for the rest of my life, so we found this opportunity, and we're very excited about it, considering we're the first manufacturing in Haynes, and so yeah, just very excited for this economic and financial opportunity for our family.
Okay, what are you planning on manufacturing?
So, go ahead, Tim.
We are going to do hard candies, gummies, and caramels.
Okay, then let us look at the products first of all. Go ahead and...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I got a couple of questions
Yeah, go ahead.
before you get to the products. This is just me being nitpicky because I read everything. On the MJ01 form on 7/11, there's a statement in it that says only Tim will enter data in the metric. Then you go to the MJ05, page 2 of 8, talks about weights will be immediately entered into metric by either the management team or Tim. You know, you need to be consistent about who's going to be trained and who has access to metric. I realize that he can't be there all the time, and so you probably want to stay away from absolutes like that, because anytime there's an inventory question, you know, we need to know sort of who has the ability to enter in metric. We've had a lot of people come up and say, well, I shared my password with so-and-so and they entered it, and we've had that problem before, so.
That's a very good point.
I would just be picky about that.
Sure, and we can amend that with a delegation of Tim or a designated employee.
Okay, so...
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
another question. On the premises diagram, didn't look like a very large facility. I couldn't quite tell. I couldn't blow it up to figure out. It's like 22 foot by 17 feet or something. Is this like in a garage of a house or?
So if you go down to
and it talks about a shop.
Yeah, diagram 3 will kind of give you a good layout. So it's a personal shop owned by the licensee, and it's split off where the proposed premises is just a little section of the shop. And Timothy, do you want to weigh in on how, you know, big it is, and then also discuss the residential living situation nearby?
Yes. So the shop itself, the entire shop is a 20 by 30 structure. And then the proposed restricted access area will basically be the back third of that. So it'll be about 12 by 20. And then the shop, as shown in the diagram, is just right next to the residential living area.
And then what is going to take place in the shop?
The shop is basically just a regular shop, like, you know, for tools and working on cars, and just a basic shop.
Just
a
your
garage,
personal shop,
you
right?
know.
It's not a commercial
A
shop. or
personal
business.
shop, yeah.
Personal.
So the only entrance into the manufacturer is from the shop.
Yeah.
So you have an entrance into the shop, person has to walk through the shop to get to restricted access, so the shop will be under cameras just because of the entrance.
The exterior, yes. Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's take a look at the products. Normally what we do here is we go over the product list, get them approved, then we go back to the manufacturer license. So, Tim, can you, how many products do you have on here?
3.
7.
There's 7.
7. There's 7. I'll walk you through them.
I'm sorry.
The first one is a basic gummy, and these are real pictures. So I know they don't look particularly appetizing, but they're not really supposed to look that appetizing because they're mindful of keeping it away from children. So it's just your basic Happy Valley gummy, and there are the flavor alternatives that you were discussing earlier, and so we're proposing to have several different flavors: lemon, honeydew, Alaska blueberry, cinnamon, and Alaska cloudberry. If you don't have any questions about that product, I can move on to the next.
Mr. Chair? Yes, sir. I think this is the first gummy that I have seen, product that we've approved, that talks about needing to be kept. Is there a particular reason why this would need to be refrigerated when other kinds of gummies or that kind of thing generally isn't? Or is that something?
Just for freshness.
Okay.
You know what, let's do the, how many, he's got tincture. Is that the only raw material he's got?
Oh, there's coconut oil as well.
Okay, let's do those first.
So the coconut oil is just your basic Happy Valley cannabis coconut oil, and it's just infused coconut oil. It's for in-house use or sale. In-house use or sale by another manufacturer to make it into a product.
Okay.
Yes,
Wholesale.
thank you. Wholesale.
So coconut oil, trim, bud, or keef, possibly all 3. Okay. That makes some pretty stout coconut oil, wouldn't it?
I guess it depends on how much of all you use, but it'll be tested.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so we have the dreaded O word there. But trim, butter, keef as the basic ingredient for the coconut oil product. I think that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I didn't have any trouble with that.
Yep.
I thought that it was, whatever base product, it's the end product that gets tested.
That's right. Okay, so for Happy Valley Cannabis Coconut Oil, Mr. Jones. Let's have a motion. I need a motion to approve coconut oil. Well, let's do a motion for the coconut oil and the tincture. And then we'll do the other 4 products and 5 products.
Okay, I'll move to approve the coconut oil and the tincture.
Okay, is there a second? All right, moved and seconded. So that's the cannabis oil and the tincture. Got to be here somewhere.
It's there. It's near the end.
Should be clicking when it should be rolling.
Open the document,
Oh, really? I didn't have it open?
then you get your piece down.
Okay, all right. Something new every day, okay. Happy Valley tincture. Cannabis oil and ethanol. Strained cannabis plant matter. Okay. Looks pretty cut and dried. That's the first quarter for the pot pun pot today. All right, so for approval of Happy Valley tincture and the coconut oil for Happy Valley LLC, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte, Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Hymy.
Yes.
Yes, okay, that takes care of those. And then the rest are candies, right?
Yes, the rest are candies, and caramel. So there's hard candies and gummies and caramel.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the product list?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the remaining products.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So we talked about refrigeration on the gummies. I like how they have kind of that yucky lozenge look. Very good.
You're welcome.
And then, yeah, it's the coconut oil, hard candies. Muted tones.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We had a pretty robust discussion about possible regulations. We talked about with one of the providers about the various products that come out of the same process. I think we have asked one provider to come back and say which one has a tincture and which one has the glycerin. And at least on these, like the salted coconut caramels, it basically says that Happy Valley Cannabis coconut oil or Happy Valley tincture will be used. The tincture being with alcohol, coconut oil not being. I think if we're going to be consistent, I think part of this delegation might be to have those separated out. And if there are other products that either or, I guess maybe the hard candies was the same. So I don't want to hold up the approval, but I think as part of the delegation, basically we need those two separated. One's got to be A or one's got to be B if we're consistent.
No, I agree. I see the sour candies are strictly tincture. So yeah, where you've got the dreaded O word.
So you want us to separate the caramels into caramels, but then the name...
either decide if you're just going to use tincture or coconut oil to make them. I mean, I know some of that has to do with product flow.
Well, I think what Mr. Jones is saying, can you separate them into two products?
Yeah.
And if we can separate them into two products, that's fine. But I wonder, what do we call them?
I don't know. Every name I've ever come up with, somebody has taken and made money off of, so I'm not coming up with any more names.
Well, I mean, I just mean for purposes of...
Yeah. Well, I think, what's the, Tim, what's the reasoning between making the caramels using either tincture or coconut oil? And it looks like after it's cooled off, after the cooking process, you're putting vanilla extract in it also. So, but what's the logic there for that?
I would. Can you jump in if you have logic? I'm guessing it's just because whatever is available.
That's what I suggested. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, being a minor foodie, caramels with coconut milk are going to taste a lot different than caramels with an alcohol tincture in it.
Well, the alcohol cooks off, so I mean
I understand, but the flavor remains and it's different.
So we'll change those. We'll make it something different and we'll separate them apart. Do you have any issue with that?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I think the caramels are the only ones that are like that. I think the gummies are. The sour gummies are made out of tincture. And so it looks like the caramels are the only ones that got that. Okay. All right. Any more questions, discussion? The balance of the products for approval of...
The approval is now gummies, hard candies, sour and sour gummies, and does not include coconut caramel.
So we're not doing it by person anymore. It's by job.
I think that would be not including the caramels.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Or you could approve it with a delegation that we submit another version, both versions of it, one with coconut oil only and one with tincture only.
Why don't you just bring it back to us, the caramels, I mean.
Via what? Because if I don't have an approved, no, I understand bringing them back as two, but if I don't have an approved product, it's not like I can do an MJ 15. How do you want me to, as a delegated item, I would assume?
Just submit 2 new pages, whatever this, of the MJO file.
Okay, and then I'll just submit those to you, and then we can, okay.
Sound okay, Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then, for approval of everything except the gummies, hard candies, sour candies, and sour gummies for Happy Valley, Mr. Jones? That's holding on. That's not with the.
Well, you said except for, and then you listed out all the products we're approving. So I don't want to vote if they go back to the tape and hear your motion.
Okay.
Approval except for. So I think the motion is to approve the gummies, hard candies, sour candies, and sour gummies.
Correct. That's
and
right.
I vote yes.
Okay. Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
May
sir.
I just offer another thought here? So we've left the caramels out of that approval. They're called Happy Valley Salted Coconut Caramels. I'm wondering if we can't just approve the coconut caramels with coconut oil and leave it to the applicant to come back with another application or an additional one. Is this overly complicated?
Yeah, no, it's not over the top again. I just think me and Erica, we can probably figure this out, and then you'll see coconut caramels times 2 on your next agenda. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So back to the license application. The whole small operation. Is there any more discussion, questions? Okay, then license 20438, product manufacturing facility, Happy Valley in Haynesboro. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
I'm a yes. There you go.
Thank you.
All right, which brings us to M39. Okay, related applicants. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wish to note, I believe Lori Strickler, City Clerk from the City of Bethel, is on the phone and may wish to speak.
Oh, yeah.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Okay, license 20439, Alaska Grown Cannabis. Here is the applicant. Good. Okay, let's take these one at a time. Ms. Strickler, are you still on the line?
I am, yes, thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right. So, do we have a motion on license 20439, Alaskan Grown Cannabis? That would be a retail in Bethel.
Move to approve.
Hey, is there a second?
Alaskan Grown Cannabis.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself to us.
My name is Paula Peacock. I'm the owner of Alaskan Grown Cannabis and co-owner of Good Leaf.
Jenna Walstein, attorney for Alaska Grown Cannabis. I just had a couple issues about this before we dived into it. I saw that there was some notes here about communication from the local government about safety concerns of the premises. And I went through the tab and I didn't find any correspondence from the local government. But I went to provide some clarification on that. The owners of the building had a code issue with an existing building that is separate but abutting our space that they have rented at 230 Tundra Way. The owners have permanently closed down the building that's abutting our building, and it was a 7-plex, and it had a bunch of code issues and safety issues. So I think that's what they're talking about, but that's not where this building, where this license is going. It's not going into that building that has the code issues.
No, there was some considerable discussion about this at the city council meeting when the protest was developed. I heard it on the radio. The buildings are, according to the acting city manager, who is also the official fire chief, the buildings are physically connected, and appears they share a street also. So do we have the protest from the city of Bethel?
Apparently it didn't make it into the packet, and we can't get into our email.
All right. Ms. Strickler?
Yes, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we don't have it right in front of us, but the city of...
I got it.
Oh, got it? Okay, all right.
Want her to talk about it?
Yeah, why don't you, okay, we do have Resolution 1909, a resolution by the Bethel City Council protesting the issuance of retail marijuana license to Alaska-grown cannabis license 20439, Alaska Products LLC, proposed to operate at 230 Tundra Way. Laura, you want to go ahead and discuss that for us?
Sure. So the council found that due to the proximity of this proposed location and its shared wall space or shared space with the triplex, it was a significant health and safety concern. People are not allowed to go into the 7 triplex unit without fire watch being presented, and as far as the fire chief is concerned, there's not sufficient fire safety housed in either of the locations.
Okay, and they haven't received
In addition, conditional use permit application has not been submitted to the city of Bethel either, no.
Okay, and just reflecting on, there was an attempt to put a liquor license in that same location a couple of years ago, and isn't the state of Alaska, isn't DOT involved in the conditional use permit process because they abut onto the state highway?
That is my understanding as well. I don't know the details of that. If that question was presented to me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, that's all right. That's right. Go ahead and scroll it back up to the top of that. So, whereas the proposed location is 230 Tundra Way, on July 17th, the city administration submitted a report to the city council. The report identified that as of July 17th, the applicant had not applied for a conditional use permit. Bethel Municipal Code requires each operator of a marijuana establishment to obtain a conditional use permit. Whereas Alaska Cannabis is not in compliance with our zoning regulations, whereas the administrative report also identified concerns as the proposed location is connected to a premises identified by the state deputy fire marshal to have fire and life safety hazards, which were discovered after a fire and life safety inspection conducted on May 11, 2018. Whereas 240 Tundra Way is an apartment complex which is physically attached to the proposed location for the retail marijuana license. Whereas due to this proximity and the type of hazards identified, the council does not feel the property would be safe for any type of occupancy. Whereas the inspection of 240 Tundra Way identified 15 points of concern and correction and required the immediate vacation of the property and the implementation of fire watch on the building while it is occupied. Next screen. Whereas the license should
Welcome to the GCI Conference Center. Thank you. Please stand by. You will now be placed into conference. There are 65 participants in the conference.
Okay, it says, therefore be it resolved, with the information provided and all relevant facts considered, the council finds the issuance of a retail marijuana license to Alaskan-grown products due to the lack of a conditional use permit and the life, health, safety concerns associated with the proposed location, period. Now, the title is protest. Yeah.
So I do want to jump in on the conditional use permit. I find it kind of interesting that protesting the fact that we haven't gotten the conditional use permit yet, because for the last Bethel application that we just discussed, we submitted a conditional use permit narrative probably over a month ago and still haven't been scheduled. I think that's more of a staffing issue by Bethel and not so much of an us issue. Additionally, October 1st, there's an opt-out vote in Bethel, and so it wouldn't make incredibly a lot of sense for my client to pay me to work up the conditional use permit before we actually see if that opt-out vote is going to go positive or negative for my client. Addressing the life and fire safety issues, our architect, Jim Bohan, is midstream in the process of fully submitting our plans for the state fire marshal to further clarify and rectify any issues of the separation of the space that's going to be the retail from the sevenplex that is no longer in use and not accessible by the public. Further, the architect is also working with the licensed mechanical engineer, Ron Thompson, and electrical engineer, James Gwynn, to review all the plans and changes and potential changes to the space that we would need to make to meet the state fire marshal codes and compliances. So we're in process of doing all these things. They're just in process.
Okay. So,
We have no recourse except find it to be arbitrary and capricious. And I understand the applicant saying this is all in process, but that's between them and the city of Bethel, not between them.
But this is a conditional protest.
It's not a conditional protest, it's a genuine protest.
It's a protest.
A resolution of the city council.
It's a protest pending resolution of all these things. And by the way, it was missing an action line. Additionally.
I don't think it's written that way.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I could continue. My solution would be, rather than take any action to, either uphold and therefore deny the license, that we table this, assuming that the election and other things will be settled before we get to November. And also wondering if any of these have anything to do with the next two applications, since I don't see the same level of protest on those two applications, that the tabling just applied to this one at this point.
My client would be acceptable. I'm in agreement with that.
All right, then we will, the motion to table license 20439 to the November meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
during that time, perhaps it would be helpful if the City of Bethel could clarify whether they consider this to be a conditional protest or not. I think the intent of the changes to 060 to allow conditional protests to be considered as part of a delegation was really to have the local government determine whether the protest was conditional or not.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of questions. First for the applicant. So this is a single building that you propose to put a retail facility and also houses some residential?
No. So the sevenplex that they're talking about is a, like you said, that it's not up to codes or anything. So it got completely sealed off from the Quonset hut style building. It used to be a furniture store, but it's completely separated now. There's no access to that sevenplex.
When you say completely separated, though, is it physically? Do they share a wall?
There's a 2-hour firewall that has, yes.
Thank you. That's where I was going with this. I was an architect for a really long time, so this is kind of in my wheelhouse. Has somebody done a code analysis on this structure?
Well, that's what we're working on with the fire marshal, the state fire marshal. That's why we have a electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and architect involved.
Okay. So, and the reason I want to get that clarified is, the board has in the past approved with delegation applications where, for example, in the municipality of Anchorage, I happen to live there, they have code issues that they're sorting through, and the board have approved with delegation pending resolution of those code issues. And it seems like we're kind of in the same situation where we could potentially approve the application, recognizing that they're not going to get a certificate of occupancy until they've met the requirements of the local jurisdiction and the fire marshal based on some legitimate code concerns. So without getting too much into the weeds, it seems like we have the opportunity to approve this and then let the local jurisdiction sort out whether in fact the building is life safety.
My response is, for a while we did that with Municipality of Anchorage, which always protested everything because it takes so long for them to work through their process. What we then were told and determined was we had to uphold the city's protest and deny the license and then do an abeyance, which we were doing. We changed the regulation to state that if the municipality says this is a conditional protest based on they don't have conditional use, they don't have the land use permit, that we could use that as part of the delegation. What the director is saying is the city of Bethel says this is a protest, not a conditional protest. They are protesting the issuance of this license. Under our rules, we have to accept that unless it's arbitrary and capricious. The director is saying, in the meantime, maybe Bethel can let us know, is this a conditional protest or an actual protest? Then it would fall under a different set of our regulations. But we tried to work through that because for all 3 years I've been on this board, the Municipality of Anchorage has protested every application simply because by the time they get to us, nothing within the municipalities was settled. And we have, as you saw earlier, we had a lot of requests to continue the abeyance because they still aren't through the process with the Municipality of Anchorage. So we've adopted our regulations. So right now, we don't know from the city of Bethel if this is a protest that falls under the arbitrary and capricious or whether it's a conditional that falls under our ability. That's why I just said table it, deal with it in November. It doesn't affect the next two applications, but otherwise we have done that as part of a delegation when a municipality hasn't protested or a local government, but this is one in which it appears to be a pretty serious protest from the local government that we cannot ignore.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I think tabling is probably the wise move.
And I would move to table this.
November meeting.
Yes, to the November meeting.
Okay, is there a second? Moved and seconded by Mr. Jaime. Any more discussion on tabling? So all those in favor of tabling license 20439 to the November meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that's tabled. We'll move on to license 20440, Alaska Grown Cannabis in Bethel Retail Store. Do we have a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Or second?
Second.
Okay, very good. I got a few questions about this. At first I was really mad when they closed the laundromat in the building next door because we thought that's where the marijuana store was going to go because it said 1510 State Highway. Your application still says 1510 State Highway. And what is the City of Bethel Planning Department have to say about your street number, or have you inquired yet?
It says 1510 Chief
Eddie Hoffman Highway.
Okay.
Interchangeable.
Have you heard anything?
No, I've not heard anything.
Have you talked to them? You want to put it in a connex outside there,
It's
right?
actually a modular building. It's in a ATCO that was modeled into Furry.
Okay. Where's that telephone pole that's outside the building? I was looking at it yesterday. There's a fence line, there's a property line there, and there's a chain link fence, and there's a telephone pole. So which side of that light pole are you going to be on, do you know?
If it's the pole I think you're talking about, that's
It's the only pole there.
It'll be back behind, so the store will be in front of it.
Store will be in front of it? It's a different pole. There's a pole in the middle of the parking lot, basically.
So
there's a dumpster. Here's the loading dock, which you have on there, and then there's a dumpster where the back end of your building would be going. And there's the chain link fence there, the property line. and there's a telephone pole, I'll just give it the benefit of the doubt and say the telephone pole is where you have your customer entrance marked.
Like I said, I guess I don't know exactly where the pole is, but right now where we're planning on putting it, there's a 40-foot Connex sitting right there. So.
Yeah, I think that, is it a 40-footer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been moved, but. Okay, so tell us a little bit about yourself. And the reason I'm asking this is we talked about this when you applied for your license, lots of you. You are, Alaska Oil Cannabis is sole proprietorship. You're talking about some pretty significant investment, 2 stores in Bethel, a store in Okeechobee, remodeling, engineers.
So it's an LLC.
Okay. And it's a single-member LLC.
Single-member LLC.
Single-member LLC. And on the statement of financial responsibility, you're the only name on there.
So yeah, I'm part co-owner of Goodleaf here, and so basically all the money that I get from Goodleaf and then my store in Kotzebue has just been funneling into getting these other stores open. And then being born and raised in Kotzebue, rural Alaska is kind of my niche. I know how it works out there and logistics of getting things done out there. So yeah, that's.
Okay, I mean, it just seems that when did you find a Goodleaf?
2 years. Well, this process started about 2 years ago.
Yeah, I guess it's about three times ago that me and Brandon went over and checked it out. So I mean, I'm just saying, it seems to me like, doing business in rural Alaska is expensive, and you're trying to do what could be a major remodel there at the license we just tabled, building a brand new modular building here. If you got it there, is it on the dock?
The modular building's already in Bethel.
And I mean, if you're asking if he has loans from family members.
Well, I'm just
ask that.
Well, I'm just trying to confirm that there's no undisclosed financial interest.
He has loans from family members as well.
Okay, but they wouldn't constitute a financial interest. Okay.
Well, they're a regular loan.
They're a regular loan, yeah. Right. Okay. That was my question. I'm concerned about the location for this one. It's right next to kind of the main convenience store in that part of Bethel. It has a huge amount of foot traffic of every age going in there. You are right next to Bethel Trailer Court, which is a relatively low-income area. It's densely built up. There's you could say, well, location, but I'm not sure whether that's the best place in Bethel to have a marijuana store. The two that have licenses now are not in particularly residential areas. There was a application, the garage that's right behind Q there. That was, I think, the first application for a liquor store, and the neighborhood wasn't too pleased with that, and that got protested ultimately by the city. Is the protest period open for this one for the city, or is it on some memo? Yeah.
I believe Lori also wanted to speak to this application.
Okay.
It ends September 26th.
Second period ends 9/26. Okay, Lori, are you still with us?
Yes, I am still here.
Okay.
So I actually show a different protest period deadline, and I don't have it on hand, but it was in October. Regardless, the applicant, I just confirmed with my planning director, we have not received an application for conditional use permit on this location. So the applicant is not in compliance with our zoning regulations, and my council will be protesting based off of that.
And we intend on submitting one. We were hoping to wait till after the opt-out vote happened, but it kind of looks like we'll have to spend the money ahead of time.
No. And Lori, did you happen to ask him about the street address issue?
Ask our planning director about the street address issue? No, I have not. That was reviewed
the
when the
application has always
UP
said
application.
1510, and 1510 is Q. And this is going to be a
Yeah.
separate building from Q.
So the application is in the review part of our process right now through the administration, and will be presented to the council on the 24th. From there, the council will have an opportunity to protest, but again, we haven't had a CUP application submitted, so that's our primary concern at this point.
We will get that in first thing Monday.
Okay, are there any other questions on this application? Comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
My only comment is that the premises diagram is pretty sparse, given the premises diagram of the previous one we tabled and the one that we're going to look at. You know, basically, it's got an office, a cooler, a counter, and not displayed marijuana. So I think as part of the delegation, if we're to approve that, I think that needs to be a little bit more detailed in where you're going to check IDs and those kinds of things. But given the level of detail in the other two applications, this one seemed really sparse.
We do now have architectural drawings. I didn't have those when we actually submitted this one, so I can submit those to Erica as part of the delegation.
Part of the delegation, then.
Yeah. And what, you got a bathroom in there, or is it going to be plumbed to the water and sewer there?
Yeah, we're currently working with the landlord owners, Sea Lion Corp.
Oh, yeah, so you've got some complicated lease here. There's a master lease and a sublease. What's that all about?
So the master lease is the underlining owner, and it's UCI, I believe.
That's
Yes, and then they sublease it, I believe, to Quick Foods Inc. And then Quick Foods they leased it, to Quick Foods, and then Quick Foods has subleased it to us. It's my understanding that Quick Foods is a subsidiary of UCI, or?
I think Quick Foods is the guy from Whittier. They just the control of that building
does
has
change.
changed hands.
Yes, and so this is the
Quick Foods is the guy from Whittier.
Okay, because we submitted an updated lease to AMCO, and that's what you're looking at because of that change of ownership of the building.
Okay. All right, we ready to vote? Okay, on license 20440, Alaskan grown cannabis. Mr. Jones.
The delegations.
With delegation, yes, with delegation.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Jaime.
Yes.
And I am going to vote no, so. 4-1, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, and then let's move on to Uktiavik for license, all right, license 21084. Do we have a motion for Alaskan grown cannabis retail in Uktiavik?
Move to approve.
Second. Yay, second by
With delegation.
With delegation. Okay, so let's see. Plan review was inactivate SDEC.
We'll have to reactivate that. So this particular local government, which I can't pronounce, but Uktiavik, does not allow for marijuana concentrates or marijuana flower. And so we looked into, marijuana concentrate and marijuana edibles. So we looked into, the viability of a shop here, and Caller relied on his COPS-ABU numbers and his NOM numbers, where flour and pre-rolls make up between 80 to 85% of what he sells out of those shops. So we feel confident that this will work economically, because it doesn't seem like in rural Alaska there's a huge demand, or maybe just people aren't comfortable with it yet, for those other types of products.
Okay. Is there, what is your, what does the local government say here?
They didn't have anything to say.
They had nothing to say. Nope. Right. We're going in converting what, a residence here?
No, it's a brand new building being built on a vacant lot.
Okay. And that lease I was looking at, I don't know whether it was just blown up too much or what.
No.
Well, I'm not sure if that's what it is or, yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Singing bonus. Okay. All right, we've got the, okay, there it is in the small print, landlord shall take in possession. Okay. How many people are you going to have working up at the store in Uktiavik, do you figure?
It'll be roughly the same. I'm anticipating it's cost to be a gnome, 4 to 6.
Right. Okay, so you'll just be selling pre-rolls and flour. Right. Are there any other questions about this one?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We had a lot of discussion about this with the other applicant that we have denied, and one of the issues was we weren't sure if he understood the business very well. I think he had some other issues with the city of Utqiagvik, city of Barrow. It took me a while to get down to the point where this application acknowledged that they couldn't sell concentrates, and a lot of the verbal language in here is as if it was more of a comprehensive retail. And so I appreciate their understanding of that. I think they're going to need to be careful about pre-rolls, because most of the pre-rolls that we've been approving lately have also had concentrates in them, around them, rolled in. We've all come to the point where those are concentrates. Those aren't things that a cultivator could roll up or a retail could re-roll. So I don't know who necessarily would enforce that in Barrow, but there could be issues around that.
Well, I think Erica would be able to see it, or enforcement would be able to see if Metric transferred product to the store that was...
Oh, I understand that, but I'm not sure what our role is in enforcing a local ban. On alcohol, that's a little different issue, and sometimes the troopers get involved. I don't know what a local community like Utqiagvik, whether their police department would be down there saying you're selling something that's banned in this city. So I just caution you about issues around pre-rolls and that kind of thing.
You not have anybody living on site there?
No.
Have a big safe. Oh, what was up with the food safety license?
We didn't realize that they didn't pay the fee. I think the notice probably didn't get to you and just got lost in translation, so we just need to reactivate that.
Just next, coming up.
And you're on...
I just remind you, that was the same condition on tab 39, the one that we tabled. Yeah. It wasn't on 40, but...
Are you going to be on city water up there?
Right now, we're actually looking at, there's not any current existing water on the property, so we're looking at doing holding tanks, Arctic insulated holding tanks.
Okay, that's DEC's problem. All right, then for license 21084 Alaska Grow Cannabis in Uktiavik, new retail. Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Jaime. Yes. And I'll vote yes. So there you go.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break.
Mr. Chair, we just have a ownership transfer that we could do really quickly before
Well,
we
I
go
think
take a break.
this is going to be like a really short break by request.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll do that, and then we've got, what's our hearing at 5 o'clock? 2, okay, all right, yeah. So we might actually get to those at 5 o'clock. Yeah. 2 seizure hearings at 5. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, no, this transfer ain't gonna take long.
Listen, you showed up late.
Yeah, Lauren, you showed up late.
total benzoate pollution. Poison blue, are the true heroes, sir, are your mama? Circle over a decade of things. Let's mark it up here. Do this.
All right. We are back on Marijuana Control Board. After a short break, we are up to tab 42, ownership license ownership transfer application. Arctic Bakery license 16006 in Fairbanks. So do we have clean memo, looks like, Yep. So do we have a motion on ownership transfer for license 16006 Arctic Bakery?
Motion to approve license transfer for number 16006.
Second. All right. Ms. Wiltsine.
With delegation.
With delegation.
Janet Wiltsine, attorney for all of the members except for the ones that are departing, representing this transfer.
Okay, and who is doing what here?
So we're transferring the interest of Nellie Scott and Brian Simpson over to, and there's, David Lanning. So that's 6.2%. No, the new ownership is going to be David Lanning at 12.5%, Sandra Lanning at 12.5%, Robert Parr at 25%, Sean Evans at 25%, and Morgan Evans at 25%.
Okay. So they've actually, Mr. Simpson and Ms. Scott are divesting.
Correct. They've been bought out.
And everybody else that's on here is currently a licensee. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Looks like it.
That's right. Yes. This is Dave Lanning, Fairbanks, along
Oh,
with
yes,
the,
Dave Lanning, the licensee, the designated licensee is on the phone.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Lanning. Morning, afternoon.
Hello.
Curtains are closed, so I don't know. Okay, any changes in operation?
So there are some changes because before, under the ownership structure before, there was going to be a licensing agreement with an out-of-state company. That's no longer going to be the fact. So the products have been changed to not be of a licensing branding type. The licensing agreement never actually got executed, so it was never sent to Erica because it never came to fruition.
Okay, so do we need to reapprove or approve these products as part of this transfer?
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
that's the case,
yes.
yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, so we got wide spectrum oil document. Spectrum oil, chocolate. What are your, the wide spectrum oil, your main base?
Dave, do you want to handle that one?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Mr. Chairman.
What do you, well, let me look at
The cannabis distillate oil and the wide spectrum oil are the main sources of concentrate
Maybe I missed distillate oil.
So essentially it's kind of three different levels of processing. Distillate is the most heavily processed and the purest THC. Wide spectrum oil is not distilled, but is just filtered and evaporated the alcohol off it. And RSO is even less. It's just filtered less. We think there might be a market for that. Right now we have the distillate, which we'll use in our chocolates, and those are our first products along with our pre-rolls.
Okay, so I'm looking at this. You've got MJ16 for distillate oil.
So those have already been approved. All the
Were
MJ6,
approved, okay.
yeah, those were approved by you last meeting. We included it with the transfer, so you had a full packet. So the cannabis oil, distillate cannabis oil, was already approved. The Arctic Cooler is an infused joint that was approved, I believe, in July. The Arctic Heater is another type of infused joint, and I believe again that was approved in maybe July or May. Can't recall. And then the only two new products you really have to take a peek at are the two Northern Stars versions of chocolate, the dark chocolate espresso Northern Star and the Northern Star milk chocolate. And then there actually is a third one. I misspoke.
Actually, if you don't mind me correcting you, Ms. Wilson, we're going to have 5 flavors of chocolate: milk chocolate espresso, dark chocolate espresso, and then dark chocolate sea salt. Those would all be new products.
Thank you, Dave.
Temporarily,
These are made with the distillate oil, which is already approved.
That's it.
Oil is an approved product.
Yes.
Okay, and so the other oil that I mentioned, the wide spectrum oil, that's the new one.
That's correct.
Proposed product. Okay, so
Yes.
so you're looking for the chocolates and the wide spectrum oil.
Yes.
Okay, and all right.
And while we're paused, it looks like we made a mistake on the license type. It is obviously not a cultivation, so.
Yeah, it's a manufacturing.
Yeah, on the agenda, it's just a.
Yeah.
No, it was obvious because it was under.
Mr. Chairman, I ask a question about the wide spectrum oil.
Of course.
The ingredients say wide spectrum oil is a concentrate derived from marijuana. Various cannabinoids, including THCA, THC, and CBD, are present, as well as other marijuana compounds derived from extraction from marijuana plants using ethanol. I just want to make sure it's super clear that when he says various cannabinoids, those are not things that are proposed to be added. It's just saying that that's what's in marijuana.
Correct, like different cannabinoids from different strains, but not added from an artificial source.
None of those are added. Those will simply be whatever happens to be in the marijuana. There's approximately 100 different cannabinoids that most people aren't even aware of their names, but they're there.
Yeah, if Mr. Emmett was here, we would be getting a lecture.
All right.
It's okay. You did. Oh yeah, you did.
It's big shoes to fill.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's good though. The way you describe it there. Okay. So, do we have a motion on the wide spectrum oil as a new product for Arctic Bakery?
Motion to approve the wide spectrum oil.
There's a second. Second. Okay. And ethanol recovery. Have you done any runs on this and gotten them tested for?
Yes, we have.
Okay. You have. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Any questions about wide spectrum oil? Okay. To approve wide spectrum oil as a new product, Mr. Jones.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Jaime. Yes. So wide spectrum oil is approved. And then you've got the
Motion to approve Northern Stars dark chocolate, Northern Stars dark chocolate sea salt, Northern Stars milk chocolate espresso, Northern Stars milk chocolate, one more,
dark chocolate espresso.
Northern Stars dark chocolate espresso.
All right. Any question on those? Those only use the wide spectrum oil as the component?
Correction?
So yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Maybe I looked too quickly. It's just this little.
Distillate, yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right, but it's only that. Okay. Any more questions about those chocolates? Not hearing any. Then Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte? Yes. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Imey?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So those products are approved with delegation. And so now on the transfer of ownership for Arctic Bakery 16006. Any more questions? Comments? Vote. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte? Yes. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Imey?
Yes.
I'm yes, so that transfer is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll give the...
Mr. Chair,
yes.
before we get off this particular subject, most of the time when we have approved an ownership transfer, and they've had like minor adjustments to operating procedures, like they needed to remove somebody from quality control, or they needed to add somebody in the metric, or whatever. I think the ownership change is totally unrelated to the new products. And I do think that this should have been separated, and that, I don't know, I assume the staff collected a new product fee for each one of the new products, along with whatever charge they had for the ownership change, but to basically add new products as a change of ownership and the slight operating change are really unrelated and really need to be two separate proposals and discussions for the board. I looked through this. I didn't know what was approved or what wasn't approved. Nothing said we have new products to approve. In terms of the memo, it was strictly an ownership change. So I think, for transparency for both us and the public, I think this needs to, these kind of things need to get better separated.
I will just note that the previous application that you approved had many more products, and so we actually reduced the number of products significantly. And
I appreciate that, but this application was a transfer, and that's what I was paying attention to. And I didn't even look at the products now because I assumed that they were there. So this is more this is more to our own board process.
May I speak to this?
Who's this?
This is Dave Lanning.
Sure, go ahead. We've taken the action, but you make it quick.
From our point of view, essentially the whole application is essentially relicensing us from the beginning, and so there's nothing we didn't do originally that we didn't have to redo. All the notices, all the government approvals, all had to be redone. And so, from our point of view, the WJ05s and adding new products are appropriate with a new company. So that's my thinking.
Okay, yeah, thanks. All right. Okay, we're going to take a couple of minutes to get some tapes reset and stuff, right? So we're ready to get ready for a seizure hearing at 5 o'clock. It's open hearing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So yeah, we'll be back on the record just about 5.
Thank you.
people.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Okay, this is the Marijuana Control Board. We're back on the record. The matter of, well, we're still on the record. We're starting
a new hearing.
Okay, we are starting a new hearing. A seizure hearing on Arctic Farm LLC, license number 13663, limited cultivation. Is, Arctic Farm on the line?
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Yes, Arctic Farm is here.
Okay, you identify yourself?
Yeah, this is Jonathan Cortez, CEO and President of Arctic Farm LLC.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cortez.
Well, we got a tire over.
Okay, if you're not associated with this seizure hearing, please put your phone on mute. Okay, Chief Holscher, are you on?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Okay, who wants to read this, you or James? You read it.
Mr. Chair, I'll start. I'm going to summarize Mr. Holscher's memo as he covered everything, and then he can answer questions that the board may have. On August 29th, we were contacted by the New Frontier Research Testing Facility. They have an internal policy to report potency tests that come out higher than 35% THCA. He reported 2 samples provided by Arctic Farm for their harvest pineapple chunk 032419 harvest, and one for their harvest LSD 032419 harvest, that the pineapple chunk tested out at 55.37% THCA, and that the LSD tested out at 41.17 THCA. The current reported world record for THCA content is approximately 37%, so these numbers were highly improbable for bud or flower and warranted verification. Thus, on August 30th, AMCO enforcement staff went to this licensee. We placed the entire harvest on administrative hold and went to the licensee and collected 12 grams from each harvest for a total of 24 grams in order to have these samples tested at both the New Frontier Research Testing Facility and CanTest Testing Facility. At the time I wrote this memo, I don't think we had we might have had the testing results back. I wasn't aware of them at the time of this memo, but I am requesting that the board determine that the seizure of 24 grams of marijuana was justified, that 24 grams will be destroyed after testing and not returned to the licensee, and that the board directs staff to retain the administrative hold on the 2 harvests as we continue to investigate the situation and the board has an opportunity to revisit the matter. Thank you.
Okay, Chief, you got anything to add to what the director said?
No, just that this is an ongoing investigation, and I hope to wrap it up soon. I know the licensee indicated that he was going to be on travel until the 24th. I do plan on talking to him when he returns, and hopefully that would be the tail end of my investigation. Then I can summarize, and the director can request a follow-up hearing after that.
Okay, very good.
Motion to uphold the seizure of the 24 grams and they be destroyed through the testing process.
Okay, motion by Mr. Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jones. Licensee, have you got anything to add to this discussion at this point? You're not obligated to, particularly given the fact that there's some ongoing investigation. So if you don't want to say anything, that's fine.
Yeah, this is Jonathan Cortez. I have nothing to add. We just want to wrap this up as quickly as possible, and we apologize for wasting everybody's time.
Okay, Ms. Cortez, thank you. Is there any additional discussion on the motion to uphold the seizure and direct destruction of the 24 grams after they have been tested? Not hearing any. We'll have roll call. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Yes. One day. Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
I'm a yes. So in the matter of Arctic Farm, license 13663, limited cultivation, the seizure of 24 grams of marijuana, in accordance with the memorandum of September 3rd, is upheld, and the marijuana is directed to be destroyed post-testing. Moving on
Mr.
to...
Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, what about the request for the remaining amount, the remaining harvest to be remaining
to be held on administrative hold?
Yes.
Yes, I apologize. We can take a second motion to keep the remaining harvest on administrative hold.
A motion to keep the remaining of the harvest on administrative hold.
Okay, there's a second. Okay, in the matter of Arctic Farm 13663, limited cultivation, the motion is to maintain an administrative hold, harvest pineapple chunk and harvest LSD until completion of the investigation, I guess, or further action. Does that sound about right? Okay. All right, so that motion agree with everybody? Okay, then on that, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
I mean, yes, so those two motions. Okay, which brings us to J and M. No? We did, I'm sorry. Okay, we're... Red Run. Okay, license 19372, seizure of marijuana product from Red Run Cannabis Cultivators Product Manufacturing Facility. And this is the shade. Go ahead.
Mr. Thieler, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. On September 4th, AMCO became aware of a Facebook post by Red Run Cannabis Cultivators that appears to have been posted on September 1st, and it stated that one of their batches of Hashade was, they had been aware that several bottles were going bad and due to a failure in processing. There were comments about mold found in some of the bottles. We placed the entire production batch, which was Hashade 8/12/19, and originally contained 5,400 bottles, on administrative hold and metric, and reached out to the licensee for additional information regarding the failure in processing. I'm going to summarize what Mr. Thieler wrote to me, and he can fill in if the board would like, but basically that there was some sort of error in which the bottles were not sealed properly. And I think the board at some point should talk about child-resistant versus tamper-resistant, because they're not the same thing. And while these caps were required to be child-resistant, they were not required to be tamper-resistant, and thus they can be opened and closed and still sold. So that's a different issue from this, but I didn't want to forget to mention that. I've requested that the board, or I am requesting that the board order all of the bottles of Hashade from this production batch be destroyed, either by the licensee or by any retail licensee who has some production batch in their possession. That will be easier than making every retailer send them back to Red Run. The licensee has indicated that he does not object to the destruction of the production batch, and he has promised to follow up with additional information about how to ensure that this failure in processing doesn't happen again.
Okay, Mr. Tyler, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I guess I can just briefly surmise where we're at now with everything, and to be just clear on the breakdown. Never having to go through anything like this beforehand. Despite having a DEC approved product recall plan, and in a way to kind of go about recalling things. After meeting with the DEC and kind of going through this, we didn't have to issue a recall, or we could have handled things a little bit differently. And so, just starting out, I wasn't really sure exactly how to go about properly handling this, and I can see that using the right terminology and words really matter.
when it comes to things like this. But what we were able to, basically, what we were able to deduce very quickly is that there was a breakdown in this batch with putting the caps on. And I better kind of even just back that up a little bit to give you guys maybe a little bit more information so you can appreciate what manufacturers go through and such. Is when we're scaling, you really have no idea of how things change when you go from a couple thousand units to 5,000 and 10,000 units and then some. What happened too is that we kind of went into a bottle and the child-resistant cap issue. So we couldn't get a regular supplier to get us our same neck size. So we had to kind of back and go through a different supplier, same dimensions, just a slightly smaller bottleneck, a 3/8-400. And in my opinion, the caps in that bottle were not the best, or weren't as good a quality as the previous one that we were getting, the 48-400s from SKS bottling. Only thing is that we bought them all out. They didn't have any for months at a time, so we had to go to the smaller bottle head. And so there's all of these supply chain issues that we have to face that you just don't really know that going in. And so that in of itself can kind of create issues. And so with us, the ones that we believe were compromised were the smaller necked capped ones. But that's really that's an issue. But it's also the issue of them not being able to they weren't put on secure and tight. And what we were able to do is basically find out that of certain packager during their shift was the one that wasn't putting them on properly, despite being shown how to do it properly. It was basically kind of diagnosed that the packager was not closing the caps tight enough, because you have to apply enough pressure with our bottle caps that basically they come on tight and they kind of push the seal down. And we've had, I think, I want to say maybe about 20-some thousand units of Hashade right now, and this is the only issue we've had with them, because we've had those good tops on those bottles, and the people doing that were the same people, and they were putting them on real tight, so we've never had an issue with them. But what happens, apparently, especially with juices, is it's the same mold that you'll get on a piece of bread, or you get on anything at the store, and nobody issues a recall, with that. That's basically, what DAC was saying as well, is that because some of these caps were not put on tight enough, a little bit of air was allowed to get into some of these bottles. And roughly, we think it's probably not even, I want to say maybe 20 to 40 of them total were compromised. And we were able to just kind of pretty much see exactly where those were. And we, because we've also contacted all of the retail establishments and such, and even with them being on hold, the greatest of majority of them have not went bad, and they're still as good as any of them. And so, there's a lot of little issues that I'd like to maybe talk to AMCO or the proper people, that just kind of give people a heads up of what to kind of expect with some of this stuff when it comes to packaging, bottling, and scaling, and how to go about the right way of informing the retailers, or informing AMCO, or informing DEC, or informing the right channels, because a lot of this stuff you just don't know, because you don't know the intensity of the breakdown. And so we were able to basically, we figured out what was going on. We found out what the breakdown was. We contacted all the retailers immediately. And then, it's kind of over the weekend, and not exactly sure of how to classify it and such. So we just put out that little statement on social media, just to give people a heads up that we were going to, take care of this immediately. And, basically it was just to try to address the issue in the social media. And then on the week, as the work week came on, contact DEC and see about
how to go about this the right way according to our product recall plan. And then we met up with DEC and went over everything, and they inspected our facility and our processes and everything, and they gave us high remarks, and everything was great, and nothing of an issue there. It's just that, you know, with any of these scaling, growing, and dealing with some of these things you've never done before, there's just a lot of little things that can come up.
Okay, great. Just quickly, how are you going to destroy what you have in place, and how are you suggesting that your retailers destroy their product?
Well, I would do it exactly in accordance with what they've submitted with their operating plan, because each licensee should have and follow their exact operating plan, whether it's wet or dry wasted marijuana material. So we're going to do that exactly according to our plan, which is just put some of our nasty kind of botashi wet solution on it. The same stuff that we would put on.
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. The director says you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, you know, we appreciate your diligence and speed in responding to this. I know it's a big whack for you.
Yeah, it is. It's a big whack, but we're always an open door, and we invite everybody in so we can learn the best ways of handling these things. Because again, a lot of these issues we just don't have much experience with, and you know, the big thing is, you know, for me was being able to diagnose of what, because there's different classes of you know, something happens, and the other ones, you know, when it's something more pronounced, it's really easy to follow through and do a product recall. But when it's something like this, where it's, you know, a few bottles have, you know, a few retailers or a few bottles have mold in it because of improper storage or because of our issue, you know, it had some air in the top. If somebody opens one and recloses it, you know, there's a lot of these little issues that you just have a lot of uncertainty. So, you know, the more you kind of go through it, the more you work with certain agencies and such, we can get a better way of handling this in the future.
Yep, yeah, you bet. Okay, well, I think there's an opportunity for some sharing in the industry. Maybe AMIA or, you know, manufacturers can get together, have a little work group, talk about this. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you again for your cooperation on this and looking out for the consumer safety and public safety. And so, did we have a motion? I don't think so. Do we have a motion on seizure and destruction of product run #8/81219 from Red Run Cannabis? A motion?
Motion that all bottles of Hashade from Hashade 812 production batch be destroyed either by Red Run or by the retail licenses.
Okay, there's a second. Mr. Schulte, any more discussion? Right, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte? Oh,
Yes.
okay, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, comma, yeah.
I heard it.
Comment? What did I say?
No.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Some of the comments that Mr. Thaler mentioned, he talked about a DEC-approved recall plan. I don't recall us ever seeing those in terms of their operating plan. I assume that's part of the DEC food handler application or whatever. So basically telling or asking a retailer to, you know, hey, if a bottle's moldy, just waste it per your thing is not a recall. He mentions in here all before attempt to return, and that's part of our discussion of sending back from retail to cultivator or to manufacturer, and we haven't figured those regs out yet. You know, I think he's right. There needs to be some education, I think, with the board and vendors as to, you know, is there a recall plan? Does everybody have a recall plan, or is it only just this provider? Is that a mandatory DEC thing with manufacturers, but not necessarily with retailers? I mean, when you read in the press about, spinach from every farm in California has been recalled, but you can eat it from Chile, that's a big deal. And that's not quite what this is, but part of our tracking system is to be able to do that in some systematic way. So it just raised a few questions that I'm not sure I have enough information in my own head to say, do we know what would happen if they determined that this had got some adulterated product into it at the batch level and really did have to be sort of recalled immediately?
Yeah, you know what? I would love to, and I can sit down because it's very interesting because it kind of does go hand in hand with a little bit of the tracking, and I've actually put together a little bit more robust protocol for this in the future and how to differentiate between what this was and an actual real recall. And just for your own information, like I said, I can sit down and give you a little bit more information. But what's interesting about this and what we have to have as far as DEC and how it should be is you basically, when you have all your ingredients come in, you have to have an ingredient lot code that's assigned to your ingredient, and then you have a batch. So when we make up the Hashade batch, we will pull ingredient codes from all of our ingredients. So like our Santa Cruz lemon juice will have a specific ingredient code that will then go into that final Hashade batch. So basically each batch will have a production sheet, a document that will then list out all of the ingredients that went in there. So ideally, what would happen is if you did have like you could see that this product batch was faulty, you would be able to track that. And what I basically did is they call it a finished product code. And so what I've basically assigned as the finished product code is what I call the meta mother metric tag. So when a Hashade batch is produced, there might be 5,000 units that are going to be pulled from that batch. But that final batch will have its own finished product code that will then associate with all the ingredient codes that made up that batch. And so that's the one nice thing about this. If we were to backtrack it, we could easily do that. And the one thing that we wanted to, what we kind of came up with right away too, is you may have different bottling days. So you may have a Hashade batch that could be even in the future of up to 100,000 units in one big batch. And obviously you're not going to bottle that all in one day. So what we would have liked to have done differently is because all of the Hashade batches weren't bad, but we knew what day it was because of the packager that was on that day, and he only did it for about 3 hours when he was doing that. So if we would have had, basically a bottle date, or we were able to separate, even go a little bit further and track that, was bottled on this day, you can even tell where maybe the different breakdown would have been based on some sort of breakdown in production or packaging or bottling. But the way we at least have it now, and we've actually been really good on this, and I was really happy with it, is, when the material ingredients come in, we give them the ingredient code. When we make up the batches of foodstuff items, we actually have a document that then has all of the ingredients and all the quantities that went into that. So when there would have been something, something more serious that may have gotten into a glycerin or something like that, we would be able to go in, because a lot of times, sometimes the glycerin manufacturer may go, hey, there's a bad batch, you need to be on the lookout. So that's what they're supposed to do. The manufacturer is supposed to then contact all the people that might have bought that ingredient on such and such date. And then we would do a recall from our end on, if we got contacted that, there's a foreign something in the glycerin and you need to recall that, then we would have to then look at all of the batches that were made from that lot ingredient and then contact all the retailers that would maybe have a batch of hash aid that was with that production batch. So we do have a pretty good handle on all of that, and we were and are doing those things correctly. But I think, you know, just being able to look at this situation and deconstruct it a little bit more may be able to give at least the state, AMCO, and other manufacturers just a little bit easier way of doing this in the future. Because what we found out too is that I basically kind of consider this two different avenues and two different protocols, where I kind of call this a defective product protocol, and I wouldn't use the terms because there's specific terms when you say product recall. You have to follow through the product recall when you initiate a product recall, even though, you know, the mold, after speaking with the DEC, it was their opinion that we wouldn't even had to have called it a recall, or done a recall, or have done anything differently than what we would have just done informally. So it's kind of what I look at this. If this were to happen again, or you have maybe it's just the product itself is not up to a quality control standard. There's nothing really that bad, but maybe it's discolored or chunky or just look bad. Is that we could offer, you know, we could do a defective product complaint recall, where we would recall the products that weren't up just to our standards or the customer standards or however we labeled it, and then there would be a totally different real deal product recall when the breakdown kind of warrants it, which would be on a different class system.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Any more questions for licensee? Okay, thank you. Thank you again for your quick action on that. And we're going to be adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, thanks, guys.